Alright, you guys, what's going on? I'm sitting here doing some repairs. See if anybody shows up tonight. If anybody shows up, let's see, I got to put the damn link in there in case anybody does want to come in. There we go. But anyway, I'm sitting here, I'm doing some repair work. I have this, what used to be a hammock you put out in the yard. I kind of use it for a ground cloth for my dogs and stuff. But my dogs like to chew up stuff. So they were chewing it up and opened it up and started pulling all the damn stuffing out of it. And you just get tired when pulling the stuffing out of it. And so I'm throwing up the holes. This is on my antique Singer 99. Lovely phone machine. Awesome phone machine. Amazing how strong the motor is on this thing, man. It'll be, shut up. It'll be leather, but not real thick leather. Shut up! You're gonna go get them, go get them. Bite their ass off, whoever it is. Bite their asses. Oh, crap, I should have doubled up on that crap. Huh? And we'll see who all pops in here tonight. Let's see what happens. I haven't really been going live lately because we really haven't had a whole lot to talk about. And I don't see the point of going live unless I've got something. I don't really have anything to talk about. But I thought I'd show off my show, Solar Machine, which is, to me, is pretty cool. I had this for a while. It's a really good one. But some people might appreciate what I can actually say. Some people would. Oh, man. One of those days. One of those nights, man. It's been freaking raining all day. Well, not all day. Good part of the day. It's got pretty rough. Yeah, man. Let's see the third time. There was a few people that were live earlier. Yeah. Let's just see what happens. I didn't get anybody up on the panel tonight. You can hear the lightning crashing out here on the radio, man. You can hear cracking and popping sounds. That's the lightning popping off in the distance out there. Any more holes in this motherfucker? Anything else I can fucking sew up while I got the damn sewing machine out? That's the only thing about in my house. I've got very little room for this shit, so it kind of sucks. I don't really have a big space to do this in. But, do with what I got. I'm trying to keep the camera so you guys can see what I'm doing, and I can see what I'm doing. What's up, Virginia? I'm not really making anything. I'm just repairing some stuff. I got what used to be a hammock that you put out in the yard. I just use it for a ground cloth for my dogs here in the house. They like to chew it up and start pulling the damn stuffing out. So I'm repairing it so they can't, so they're not just pulling shit out of it. And what's up, Dad? This is I love this machine. It's a good machine. This is my Singer 99 antique Singer 99 mobile sewing machine, and I figured I'd show it off. I've only shown it off one time on YouTube, but I figured I'd do it again because I'm sitting here. I needed to fix some stuff, so I was like, I'm gonna pull it out and maybe do some sewing on it. I mean, maybe you guys can appreciate that I know how to sew. But I like antique stuff anyway. So this is a good machine. I got it real cheap. I got it dirt damn cheap. At a damn yard sale. And they were just trying to get rid of it. And I got it. Like, I basically stole it from them. It's so fucking cheap. And but this thing is a beautiful machine. It does an absolute fabulous job. There's a motor on this sucker. It's actually pretty damn strong. It'll actually go through leather, not real thick leather, but it'll go through, like thin leather and stuff. It'll go through 4 layers of denim. That's the one thing I like about it. It's got the motor so damn strong on this thing. Like, they made them good back then. They made them to last. This is a Singer 99, so I'm not exactly sure how many years old it is. It's probably over 100 years old. Oh, yeah, it's probably about 100 years old, something like that. I don't know. It's like one of the, it's like I think when they, were making these, it was just like at the beginning when they were making these things. Wish I had more room to do this. I need like a big freaking table to do all this stuff on. Thanks, Deb. You the man. Well, it's hard to find men that actually know how to sew. I learned from my mom, though. She likes to do a lot of stuff, a lot of sewing and stuff. I'm not the best at it, but it gets done. It gets it done. What I need done, like repair work, and other stuff. I'm glad to see you out here, Virginia. I haven't really gone live in a while, man. I really haven't had anything to say or anything to talk about, really. And then I've just been wandering around YouTube and then, keeping busy with whatever else I got to do here at the house and stuff. But I figure this is a good chance to go off my phone soon. So, but I put the link in the chat if anybody does want to come in. I have the link in the, wide open channel tonight. You can talk about pretty much anything you want to talk about. If there's anything worth talking about nowadays. Seems like we're all fucking repeating ourselves over and over again. It's hard to find answers because we're all fucking confused about a lot of stuff. That's all down by design anyway. Keep us all divided and confused. So, I'm trying to read the chat. Yeah, I've been through. Yeah, well, I really appreciate you, Virginia. I'm gonna tell you. You got a good head on your shoulders, so I appreciate it. So, Virginia, how many people do you know? How many guys do you know how to sew and actually own their own sewing machine? I'm kind of jack that straight, bro. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries, Jimmy. No worries. Hey, Virginia. Deb, let people know that I am live. If anybody wants to come up, I'm a great sewers. I'm gonna get. Oh, right on. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, see, that's how I learned. My mom, she does a lot of crafty stuff. Plus, she used to do a lot of the sewing and stuff like that when it comes down to repairs or even making clothes and stuff like that. Um, so, yeah, I learned from her. And, but it's another one of those skills. Another one of those skills. Yeah, it's a Singer 99. Oh, damn light. Yeah, it's a Singer 99. So if you know anything about old Singer sewing machines, the old vintage Singer. This is a good machine, man. It's one of those portable type. It's got like a box that sits over on top of it and sucks up, and you can just, it's got a handle and you carry it around with you. But yeah, I got it for dirt cheap from this dude at a fucking yard sale. I guess he was just trying to get rid of it, man, because I practically stole the damn thing from him, because in my mind it was worth a hell of a lot more. It's still worth a hell of a lot more than what I paid for it. So, but this is like probably about 100-year-old machine or something like that, close to that. Yeah, as far as I know. I mean, yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, you can find pretty much parts for any Singer machine, even the old ones like this. I think you can find anything for it. Um, I've even got, I've even got the instructions for using a Singer electric sewing machine. 99. Singer manufacturer. Hold on, I want to see what damn date. This thing's got a date on it. I can't remember if it's got a date on it. Copyright USA 1955. Not quite 100 years old. If I take that as the date it was manufactured, I can't remember. Yeah. I, you know, I've got like the old foot pedal push type. It's not electrified; it's a manual type thing. I've got like the push pedal part to an old sewing machine that I think I'm gonna like kind of, I don't know, probably gonna make a fan out of it. For my forge. If I continue using coal and stuff, I was gonna use that to like um power my fan, by foot power and stuff. Yeah, see, I love this stuff, man. It's like the old instruction book that says you how to thread the bobbin, replace the bobbins, um, all that stuff. The attachments. Now, that's another thing, too. See, the attachments, I'd like to get a bunch of these different attachments, but they're vintage, and they're hard to find. I mean, you can probably find some, but, I mean, they're not that easy, man. I've got a few that I got from my mom, and, or I got one. I think this one is supposed to be like doing like creases and stuff. Or, I don't know. I can't remember exactly what that's called. But yeah, I even got this too. This is this was the instruction book for the button attachment, which I don't have, which I would like. I'd like to get something like a button attachment, a button type attachment to it, or there's a few other attachments that you can put on the foot, and I don't have any of that stuff right now. I've been looking around. I keep my eyes open every once in a while if I can find stuff. But yeah, there's another foot. I'm not exactly sure. I got that one from my mom too, but I'm not exactly sure. That's not nice. One of them things, man. But yeah, I love that it's got the old instruction booklet for it there too, because it is an edge stitcher foot attachment. I'd like to get me some, not necessarily, I don't know. Yeah, I know, Virginia. Everything's freaking computerized now, and it pretty much does it for you. I'm I'm freaking old school, man. I like this old stuff, man. It's built to last. Like the newer machines, I doubt they'd last this long. I don't know. Maybe they will, but I don't know. I don't know if the newer machines would last as long as this one would. It's one of them things, man. I like older stuff, man. It's built. This sucker is like a damn tank, man. Solid, solid steel type of shit. Construction. Really powerful motor back here in the back, pushing this sucker. The only thing that, when it comes down to parts, when you mention parts, the only thing that I'm actually trying to keep my eyes open, which I could probably go to like the Singer like website or something like that and find it. But the only part that I'm actually concerned about is the old belt. The belt to this sucker. I'm not sure where I can get another belt if that one ever broke. But my mom says, my mom was telling me that, you can probably find all that stuff, all the stuff for Singer through the company, because, they're still in business. They still make this stuff. They still have all these top products. Because a lot of these machines are still around, that kind of thing. And, so yeah. But I also saw some of the modifications, improvements to one of these things. The light that's back here is like it's an old incandescent light bulb. What's up, Snooks? It's an old incandescent light bulb. It's not very bright, and it gets really hot. So what I would do to modify this is change this out to where it's an LED bulb instead of this old incandescent. because it wouldn't be as hot. It'd be brighter. You know what I mean? That'd be the one thing that I'd like to change on it, or to make it better. But other than that, I mean, this thing is built like a freaking tank, man. I like it a lot. It's really good. Yeah. Snoop, this is my old sewing machine. It's a Singer 99. Um, so I don't know. I think this thing was hell. I can't remember when this thing was built. I have to look up the number and stuff like that, and find out if I can find anything out. Yeah, it's a beautiful machine, man. Um, and I was just sitting here uh, doing a little bit of repairs on some stuff because my dogs are chewing up some shit, and I'm just like doing a couple repairs on stuff. And I thought I'd show off my sewing machine. I've only shown it once before on my other channel, on my main channel. But other than that, I haven't really shown it off too much. But I needed to do some repairs on this stuff, so I was like, well, I might as well go ahead and start a live stream and see if anybody wants to pop up on channel. And while I'm waiting on that, I'm going to do some repairs on the phone. And I wish I had more fucking room on this damn table to do this, but I don't. Yep. Well, panel's open tonight. Anybody is needing somewhere to hang out and kind of sit here and conversate. Share the stream out. If anybody wants to come over. Like I said, I'm just going to be sitting here for a second and kind of do some of this. Because I am sick and tired of my damn dogs freaking chewing this thing out and pulling the stuffing out of it. I'm sick of it. So, fixing the holes so we can't put the damn stuff in it. I bet you didn't know I could sew, did you there, Snook? I bet you didn't think I could sew. I know how to sew. I'm not an expert at it. You definitely get the job done. Yeah, Oh, ran off the edge there. There's not really much skip on the damn radio tonight, man. Yeah, thunderstorm earlier today. You can still hear the lightning crashing in the radio. But oh. The only thing is, when I pull this thing out, when I pull this fucking machine out, you know, just to do, like, I don't know, something simple or something like that, you know, one of the biggest problems is every time I pull this thing out and I do my little project that I wanted to do on the machine, I finish the project, and now I'm like, okay, what else do I got to sew? While I got this thing sitting here, what else am I going to do? What else can I sew right now while I have this thing out? You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out, like, if there's anything else right off the bat that I can probably sew. Let me think here. If there's anything I can do to repair while I have this thing out. Gotta be something else I can fucking sew. Gotta do anything I need to really do. I'm not gonna fucking clean it off for a few days because dogs started chewing it up the other day, and she's pulling the damn stuffing out again. I wonder if there's anything on this that I need to repair. Anything on this tail? Anything on this tail I need to repair? Now I'm just looking for things to sew while I have it out. Now I'm just looking for stuff. Doobie doop doop doobie doo. Oh my God, they're trying to say that there's 34% approval for Biden's performance. They're so fucking bullshitters. Fucking full of propaganda on a damn fucking news radio. 34% of Americans actually approve. Shit, I doubt there's even that many. I seriously doubt there's that many.
Gonna get worse.
The city on my lap concurs. There is no way he has that. What's up, Milk Mace? Yeah. It's amazing the propaganda they're trying to put on the damn news right now. I'm sitting here listening to talk radio or whatever. Crazy. Probably jumped up and said, "That is such crap." That's what that cat did. He jumped up and screamed, "That is such crap." All right, now that I've got the damn sewing machine out, finished up what I wanted to sew, I always get to this situation where, you know, I sit down and I do something with the sewing machine and I get done with it, and then I'm like, all right, I'm looking around, it's like, okay, what else do I need to do while I have it out? What else do I need to sew while I have it out? And right at the moment, I don't have anything else to do. But, I don't know. But I love my machine. My machine. I was so excited when I got this thing, man. Seriously. You guys don't understand. I don't know. Maybe you guys do. Especially finding something like this. I like old, vintage, very fucking well-built stuff. You know what I mean? This is when they built them to last, in my opinion. That's when people built things here in America to last back in those days. You know what I mean? This thing, like I said, literally like freaking built like a freaking tank. Listen to this. That damn freaking metal. ripping the damn thing off doing that. Damn it. Yeah. So, I guess I'll put this thing back up. And keep you guys company. Unfortunately, it's one of those sober nights for me. My guy has been out for about a week now, so one of them things, man. What's that? There's the smoke on. Hopefully, in the next couple of days, it gets calm. Yeah, I can get some of them. Isn't that pretty cool? Its own little car, have a little case with a handle on it, man. Just a little ground thing for the dogs to lay in. Big girl, baby girl, you out here? There you guys at. No, you were not bringing that fucking thing in here. God damn it, I don't know where in the hell they found it. No, you're not bringing that thing in here. I don't know where they found it, but they found like a freaking spinal cord of some animal. I don't know where, but they brought back a freaking spinal cord from some freaking big animal too. No, you are not bringing that thing in here. And they're out there fucking chewing up on that thing. And I don't want that shit in my house. Well, yeah, right on, Milkmaid. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was sitting there, I was like, okay, hey, hey, Milkmaid. So how many guys do you know that know how to sew? Headphones on. Let me see if I'm audio. Okay. Yeah, Milkmaid. So how many guys do you know how to sew? How many guys do you know that know how to sew and own their own sewing machine? It's you know, yeah, I don't know where in the hell they found that damn thing. They come back with like,
like deer parts. Uh, like I saw them the other day, or it was about a week ago, a week or two ago. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, hand stitching, yeah, yeah, I get it, man. Doing like patch a hole in your sock or some shit like that, or patch a hole, or put a patch on a pair of pants or something. Hell yeah, that's how I. I mean, a lot of guys probably do know how to do that. You know what I mean? But I don't know a whole lot personally that actually know how to use a sewing machine and actually own a sewing machine themselves and use it. I don't know. I just don't really know very many guys that are like that. You know, especially nowadays. Especially the kids nowadays. Shit. I wonder how many younger generation actually know how to do shit like that. It's one of them things, man. It's like I'm always looking for just different skills. What's up, Polarin? What's going on, man? I'm always looking for other skills and stuff. You know, trying to prolong the life of some of my stuff. You know, if I can fix a fix some clothing, or I don't know. Matter of fact, I had to make a collar for a couple of my dogs because I'm just like, I'm not going to the damn store and buying fucking collars. So what I did, yeah, what I did is I did a little commandeering. Um, the grocery cart or the shopping carts, the shopping buggies and stuff like that. That like at Walmart or a dollar store or something like that. The little seat for the kids to sit in. A lot of times they have those little seat belt things. Well, I commandeered a couple of those seatbelt things off of the shopping buggies, and and you sew those two pieces together, that becomes a freaking collar for my dog. you know, I had to make two of them because I don't know how they got them off, but the ones that I had on my dogs early, they were pulling them off somehow, or they were getting them off somehow, and I can't find them. I don't know where they fucking put them. They'll get them off and they'll hide it somewhere. And I don't know, just one of them things. So I had to make some collars for 'em. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big deal in my mind there, Virginia, when it comes down to it. Um, you know, I I've been trying to express to a lot of people because I see a lot of these quote unquote prepper channels on YouTube, and they're all a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them. They're always stressing about stacking food and water and ammunition and all this other shit to the ceiling, and that's going to get them through the fucking shit hit the fan. That is such crap because there is such much more to it than that. And it comes down to skills, trades. Hell, just knowing how to sew, how to use a sewing machine is another one of those skills, one of those trades that doesn't cost you and doesn't weigh anything. You know what I mean? You can carry that knowledge with you in your head. It won't it won't weigh you down in your backpack unless you're carrying a fucking sewing machine with you. Other than that, it's like, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Or whatever. You know, um, just stupid little things. Like I take this paracord and I can wrap handles for whatever. Like my knives and stuff. I was using this to wrap handles and stuff. Just knowing that, and this is basically macrame. Um, yeah, the treadle machines, those are nice, man, but it's hard to find them. I mean, you can go into a lot of these antique shops, or if you happen to be lucky enough to like find one being sold at like a yard sale or a garage sale or something like that. You know what I mean? Um, but it depends on, you gotta keep your eyes open. But and if people really understand what they have, they'll try and sell it for a lot of money. That's the other thing too, because it's an antique. They'll tack that antique fucking price tag on it, or you know find you one that's in pretty decent shape and refurbish it and repair it and get it back to what it was supposed to be. I mean, well, see, I don't really, yeah, Goodwill, you ain't gonna find uh, antique stuff in there. You're not gonna find it. eBay, maybe. I don't know. I don't go on eBay. But Goodwill, you're not gonna find stuff like an antique Singer sewing machine and stuff like that, like what I got. You will not find that at Goodwill. I'll just tell you that right now. You will not find it. Um, and if you did, that is a very, very rare, very, very rare. Because I'll tell you why you won't see that. For one, the people that work at the Goodwill or whatever, you know what I mean? A lot of times the stuff that comes in, they get first picks of that stuff, so it will never hit the showroom floor. It'll never hit. You know, if the employees don't snatch it up, you know what I mean, before it goes out, it'll nobody will ever see it. I actually I worked at a Goodwill store um, for a little while, and my job was to help carry the stuff in from people donating. All right, and I will let you know straight off the bat, some of that stuff never made it in the building. It went straight out into my truck. You know, I mean, I'm the needy. Give to the needy. I'm the needy. You know what I'm saying? It's not Goodwill's fucking stuff if it never made it into their building. So it's not like I was stealing and it was being donated. You know what I mean? So yeah, it never made it inside the building. I mean, that's why I say Goodwill. You will not find antique stuff like that in Goodwill. You will not find it. And I go into Goodwills and thrift stores like that quite often, because I look for certain things. I go straight to the electronics part of it. I also look for the silverware and kitchen stuff. Those are the two main things that I tend to gravitate to at like Goodwill stores and thrift stores and stuff like that. Um, yeah, yeah. When it comes down to Goodwill, I'm telling you, man, a lot of the anything that's actually good and worth a shit, a lot of that stuff never even makes it out there for people to buy. The employees take it, or they get it somehow, because when that stuff gets brought into the back room and gets sorted and stuff like that to be put out into the building, a lot of the Uh, Employees, if they want stuff, they'll set it aside. It'll never make it out into the building. Yeah, of course. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. It's like, stuff like that. Now there's a couple of like antique shops or something like that around here where you can probably find stuff like, for instance, my sewing machine. You can probably find stuff, or like a treadle machine or something like that. You might be able to find it, but the only problem is you'll end up having that antique price tag on it. That's the only thing about it that I don't like. Um, if I had the room, I would love to have a table for that. The old sewing machine tables. The old Singer sewing machine tables. I would love to have one of those, but I just don't have any room to put it anywhere. You know what I mean? Um, um, I saw one at this one antique shop because I was looking for old tools and stuff like that, old hand tools, and well, yeah, no worries, Hey, hey, I have the link now that I think about it. I'm gonna put it back in there again. If anybody wants to come up, um, um, feel free. That's what this channel's for. Um, well, good night there, milkmaid. But you know, I don't know. That's what this channel's for. Is for the panel talk stuff. So if anybody wants to, share it out to and whatever, and tell people about it. Here, hold on. Now I think about it. I'll pin that link. Now I think about it. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, who that? Yeah, all right.
Hey,
Hey, what's happening there,
I just thought I'd come say hello.
girl?
I've got some laundry going and I'm chasing my dogs and kid and everything, so I might have to mute or be in and out or go in a minute, but
No worries. No
I always love
worries.
your company.
Yeah, no kidding. You know, I mean, since this channel is so new, it's just trying to get the word out. You know what I mean? And then plus, I haven't done any lives in I don't know, a couple weeks or a week and so.
Hmm.
Just haven't had anything to talk about.
I know, right?
You know what I mean? It's like I feel like a broken record. It's like it's all been talked about already, and I'm just like I don't want to talk about the same old shit anymore.
Yeah, I
And
agree. It's an echo chamber, and
I'm trying
um,
not to get there. You know what I mean? So I
I
don't
don't
know.
think it's healthy to do that either.
No,
Yeah.
no, you get on that repeating process type of shit, and I'm just like, it's like we're talking about the same thing over and over again every damn time. And it's like, okay, things aren't changing.
Hmm.
We're still talking about it. You know what I mean? I
If
don't
I
know.
look back on my life, I can't think of any time where if depending on age or if I were a hyper vigilant person that I wouldn't be clenching my asshole like all day every day if you follow all the details of every possibility of every way we can flush ourselves down the drain. I can't think of a single point in history that depending on where you look, that you wouldn't find a reason to be stressed out or thinking it's all doomed now, you know.
So you were saying that thrift stores are packed with stuff in your area?
Yep.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a retirement town. It's a really small town. A lot of people come here and just get old. And I mean, on my street, I would say there's 12 houses, let's say, and 10 of them are people in walkers damn near. I mean, you know,
Right.
some in walkers and some varying ages, a lot of them retired. And so when people pass away, their families don't care about the stuff or they don't realize.
Yeah.
And there's really good things in the smaller communities, I think, with thrift stores or estate sales or even
Yeah. Now
Craigslist.
that's an option too. Estate sales. I
Yep.
didn't even think about that until you mentioned it, but that is another good option because well, on that same level, like okay, on the radio stuff, like this type of stuff. I know a lot of guys. Most of the guys that I know that are talking on the radio are older than me. And what was it? A few years ago, there was I don't know, probably a half dozen guys that died. You know what I mean? That just various reasons and whatever, this and that. You know what I mean? Just being old or whatever. But they have collected over 40, 50, 60 years
Yep.
all this radio stuff and all this other shit, and then when they die, next thing you know, their family, either if they know it, if they know what it is and they want it, they'll pick through it like freaking vultures.
Yep.
And then like for instance, if they don't want it and they don't know anything about it, they just get rid of it, throw it away. And it's just like, oh my gosh, man, I'm telling you, man, the amount of stuff that I would love to get my hands on that are just disappeared. For me, like for instance on my sewing machine, the instructional manual that came with it. I was so psyched to see that.
Right.
All right, all right. The thing is, man, like for instance, the old radio books, the old like repair manuals and stuff like that, and all that stuff. A lot of that stuff is really freaking hard to find nowadays.
Yeah, it
What's up,
is.
Best Life? What's going on?
Hey,
And
best life.
the thing is like a lot of that stuff, like a lot of these guys that died, you know what I mean? A lot of that stuff just gets either thrown away or sold off for cheap, cheap. You know what I mean? Or like I said, gets picked through like freaking vultures and stuff. And
To a degree, you got to know what you're looking for. You know, like
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
know and
I
have
mean,
the eye, like, hey, this is something that'll be hard to find. Like I did eBay for a little while, but I just sold books, which really there's like zero money in it, but I loved it. I'd go to the thrift store or
well,
library sales or whatever, and some of the best selling shit are the old manuals, like for
yeah,
certain cars, for certain
yeah,
machines, for
yeah.
um, all the
My
little Chilton type of guides for sewing machines or for whatever, those are lucrative.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this, man. Uh, uh, my granddad, he used to collect or like sign copies and first
Right.
edition type stuff.
Yep.
There was one time I went, we were going just traveling around or whatever, and then we stopped at a damn garage sale. All right. And there's this lady that had her, bunch of stuff for sale. All right. And she had this big old cardboard box full, and most of it was like old paperback romance novel type stuff. You know what I mean? Look, it's probably
Right.
she probably read it one time, threw it in there, forgot about it, and all that stuff. But she had a big box full of books. She wanted $5 for the whole box.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
talking about.
Well, my granddad ended up buying them. All right, buying that box. He found one book in there. It happened to be a signed first edition copy. I can't remember what the
Right.
book was, but it was over $500 in value just in that box of books that she just totally forgot or didn't even know she had. You know what I mean? And but he knew it because he's always keeping an eye open for that. I mean,
I gotta go let the pup in. I'll be right back.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, Polarin, you're right, man. I mean, um, like the old, yeah, the old ham gear, the old Bodecker stuff, man. Like the old, like like Heathkit type stuff. or whatever, repair manuals and stuff like that. Um, it's like it's crazy, man. I mean, there was a guy I used to know that passed on a few years back, and just before he passed on, he was going to give me an amplifier. Um, and it was like 3 days after we were talking about it, he ended up passing on. So it's a damn shame because I mean I should have gone over there that day when we were talking about it. Um, because now, I mean, I think all his kids are just basically just getting rid of all of his shit. You know what I mean? I don't think any of them. I don't think any of the family even cared anything about radio stuff. You know what I mean? He had bunch of radios, amplifiers, antennas, all kinds of stuff in his house, and you know, and that's just one person. I mean, like I said, like a few years back, there was like a half dozen guys that within weeks of each other, they all pass on. And I mean, these guys have been in radio stuff for 40, 50 years, since the 60s and 70s or whatever. So you think about it, how much stuff that they've collected over the years. You know what I mean? I knew a guy, he was one of the best technicians here in this area within 100 miles, and he had all kinds of service manuals, like repair manuals and stuff like that for radio shit, and all that stuff just disappeared when he died. You know what I mean? I would have loved to have a lot of um, that old literature and stuff. um, you know it just kind of sucks. And I don't really I don't buy stuff off the internet. You know what I mean? So I don't really wander around eBay all that much. So I'm sure there is probably some stuff on there, but some people are asking ungodly freaking prices for some of this stuff.
Yep.
And I know damn well it's not worth it. You know what I mean? And it's just crazy, man. But like I said, I
All
don't buy
depends on
anything.
how bad someone needs it. You know what I mean? Like if you're trying to repair a car, you might be willing to spend $30 on it because that's cheaper than having the car repaired elsewhere, you know? Like it's
Well, I mean, the guys that I've been doing work for, they do stuff like that with old cars. Like, it's a son and dad company that I'm kind of doing some work for, and they've been doing a lot of stuff on old cars, like old 50s and type cars and trucks and stuff like that. Just trying to find like trim pieces or pieces for the dash or stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And sometimes, man, it's just like you almost have to go to junkyards sometimes and then
Mhm.
just know what you're looking for. Like they needed to find a door, just a door, one door for his old truck, and that's what they ended up doing. They just going to a lot of junkyards and stuff like that, or finding people that have stuff sitting in their yard that's been sitting there rusting away, and the door is still in decent shape, and they'll just take the door itself,
Yep.
by and then
Scrap yards are everything
yeah.
for
I mean,
sure.
there's one up in Dothan, Alabama that's where I would get the coal from, and but it's a huge scrapyard. So they got like huge piles of nothing but stainless steel, huge piles of iron, huge piles of like aluminum. You know what I mean? I'm like a kid in a candy store walking through that stuff.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, I mean,
It's awesome.
the last time I was up there, man. Um, um, I ended up getting some coal while I was there because I mean, they haven't had a shipment of coal in over 2 years, so I don't know where I'm going to get coal from anymore.
Huh.
But the last time I was up there, I was like just wandering around all the stainless steel stuff. Man, I found, what was it, five of those big cook pots. The big stainless steel cook pots.
Right.
Man, in excellent shape. You know what
That's
I mean? No
awesome.
dents in it, not all messed up and all that stuff. And then shoot, man, I bought it for scrap prices. I was like, man, I got five pots for the price of one at the store, brand new. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
I
Good
love, I
freaking
love,
score.
yeah, I love stuff like that. You know what I mean? And um, I'm always looking for things like that. And like I said, I'm kind of I feel like I'm an old school type of guy, so I kind of like old stuff because for some reason, back in the, the 50s and whatever, they just built stuff to last for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I'm always looking for stuff that was built, a long time ago because it's a lot
Holds
of
up.
times it's a lot of times it's easy to repair, and then on top of that, it's just I got an old. I can put it this way. I give you an example. I've got an old VCR, one of the old top loader type. The ones that you put the
Yeah.
VCR tape on the top and then you push it down.
Yeah.
I've got one of those, and that damn thing still works good. That was back when they built them like freaking tanks, man.
Right.
You know what I mean?
They
Because
really did.
yeah, later on they made them so damn cheap. It'd break within a year or something like that. And they just go buy another one. It's the same thing with like DVD players nowadays. But
Mhm.
but yeah, I mean, I still got that old VCR in there. You know what I mean? Because I still got old stuff like that. I still got a whole pile. I mean, I got a shitload of DVDs, but I've got a whole pile of VCR tapes. I got a whole pile of records. I got a big old, not a real big, but I got a big box of old cassette tapes and stuff, man. You know what I mean? A lot of that stuff I haven't listened to in freaking years because I just don't have the space to put all this stuff up. You know what I mean?
Right.
But because I've got two turntables, man. It's just
And
I
microphone.
yeah, I'm serious. I've got two turntables, a mixer, a microphone. I've got all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because at one time I was doing some DJ and stuff back in the day when I was younger, and
Word.
but and I've got a couple of milk crates full of freaking records and stuff, man. Stuff I haven't listened to in freaking over, well, it's probably closer, I don't know, close to 20 years, man. And the main reason is like I just don't have any space to put, to hook up my record player to listen to any of this stuff. You
Right.
know what I mean? But you know, I like that stuff, man. It's like it just drives me nuts in this disposable type society that we're living in now. It's like they just build it cheap and crappy, and I mean even cars today. They build them like it's like the damn thing will break before your warranty's even up.
Oh,
You know
for
what I
sure.
mean?
It's all done by design, I think.
I know that. That's the reason. That's what bothers me. That's why, like when I'm like that's the reason why my philosophy is when it comes down to like making knives and stuff. I want something that is going to last you your entire freaking lifetime. That's what
Right.
I want for myself. So that's what
Quality.
I want to make for others. You know what I mean? You know
Yep.
what I mean? So and I just I don't know. We need to get away from that factory farming, factory this and that, you know what I mean, and making everything cheap as crap, you know what I mean, and just to make a little dollar, and who cares if it breaks, man? They'll just buy another one, you know what I mean? I
Yep.
hate that. I hate that. It's all about the damn trying to make some money off of us and not make anything that's worth anything. That's not even worth, you know. I don't know.
Consumerism in
Yeah.
my mind could be the mark, as it were. You know what I mean? It's the love of money driving that deliberate sabotage of the quality of products so that we're forced, even with $1,200 phones, you're just about forced to get another one every 3 years.
Oh, probably less than that, man. Like almost
Yeah.
2 years, man. I
Yep.
mean, seriously, why would you want to spend $500 and then it's all become obsolete within 2 years? You know, what I mean, that's one thing that's. It's like I've got a Windows XP laptop sitting over here, man, that I don't really use anymore all that much, because it's like it was top of the line, state of the art at the time when I bought it. But it
Right.
was like the freaking next year or the year after that, it's like next thing you know, Windows 10 comes in and blah blah blah. It's like my XP ain't worth a shit no more. You
Yep.
know what I mean? And
Yep.
I was like, I just decided I'm not going to do that anymore. I mean, um, I thought about getting something like a tablet, or even like getting another, like a tablet that, the ones that like fold together and have like a keyboard on it and all that, and kind of like make it into a laptop in a sense. I
Yep.
thought about doing that so I can do this YouTube stuff on that instead. Make that like a dedicated thing just for the YouTube stuff instead of doing this all on my phone like I have been. But even then, it's like shit, I know damn well I probably buy something, and with a couple of years, it's going to be out of date and obsolete, and so that's one reason why I've been kind of putting off even thinking about buying any of that stuff.
I'll spend a little more for quality and ride it till the wheels fall off. I'm not one of those people that gets the newest and greatest and bestest of anything. In fact, I spent twice as much for my 100-year-old canner that I could have gone to Walmart and got one for half the price, but it would have been made like pure crap. And I
Yeah,
did some research and looked around and I found one that it's literally 100 years old. And that's the one I chose because I knew it was built like a tank. And it is.
yeah, yeah,
It's a perspective thing, you know.
yeah. Best like yeah, I'm always doing that. Like I said, I'm always in like thrift stores, garage sales. Like even my mom does the same thing too because she's always looking for stuff for her crafty stuff. And
Right.
then you know, um, matter of fact, uh, tomorrow she's going to be having a yard sale at her house.
Nice.
I'm not even. She wants me to come in down here and help her out, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. But um, I don't know. Yeah, it's one of them things, man. I don't know. It's like kind of the stuff that we're, the other day when we were talking, like over on Tom's channel.
Uh-huh.
It's like, talking about like the money and, like I guess go to a bartering system. Like I said, like even like the sewing scenario. All right, to me, just knowing that kind of stuff is just another skill, another trade that
Mhm.
I can carry in my head. You know what I mean? It won't weigh anything on my back. You know what I mean? Uh,
100%.
I mean, it just happens to be another one of those things. And I'm always looking for things like that. I'm a jack of all trades. I kind of know a little bit about a lot of different things.
Are you
You
a
know what I
Gemini?
mean? No, actually, I'm a Sagittarius.
All right. That actually that works too. I do. No, it does. Like those are 6 signs apart. They balance each other out. But Geminis often are jacks of all trades. Like they uh, know a lot, but don't really master any. But I'm listening though. I hear you. Like I was gonna ask Best Life. Do you sew Best Life? Because that's what we were
Yeah, that's
watching
what
right
yeah,
when Wingnut started. He was sewing up some stuff and those skills for the bartering system, I think they're underestimated. People are like, well, what do I have? What possessions or monies or foods or supplies do I have to trade for XYZ? But honestly, the people who know the trades are going to be invaluable. Haha, Best Life. I thought you might be a Gemini. Yes, I love it.
yeah.
Um,
Best life. I don't know I don't know if you caught the beginning of the stream. Yeah, I had my sewing machine out, and I've got an old Singer 99, the old portable kind. That's what I have, and I was just sitting here doing some repairs on some stuff. This ground sheet that I've got for my dogs and stuff. They keep on tearing it open and pulling the stuffing out of it, so I'm just sewing up all the damn holes. And that's like the second time I've actually shown it off on YouTube. You know what I mean? It
right.
just, but you know what I mean? It's just like not something that I don't know. I don't know.
I
I,
loved every second of it. I do. I love that kind of shit, man. Like just watching handwork like that or people using their skills. You were doing something just for your own shit. Like you weren't trying to build something huge. You were repairing stuff you already had. And we are in
yeah,
such a throwaway culture. Everyone throws everything's disposable, just like what we were talking about a minute
yeah,
ago.
I
So
know, I
that's a
know.
great example.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you another example. This happened. My mom made this, but it's just simple. All right, and this is just like a net gaiter type of
Mm-hmm.
thing, and it's made out of that fleece
Mm-hmm.
material. And that's all
Soft.
it is. You just put that around your neck, or you can put it up around your ears and stuff. She made that for me, and it's just a simple piece of fleece,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and
Yep.
that's it, and I've had that for a while now, man. 'Cause when I used to ride my motorcycle, that was one of the ways I kept my ears warm and all that other stuff, and you know what I mean. But just simple things like that. It's like, why go out and buy this when you can just get some freaking fleece material from like an old sweatshirt or something or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Yep.
My mom makes all kinds of stuff. She does sewing and she does all this stuff too. But she would take an old button down like shirt, those like Hawaiian type shirts, with all the
Right.
freaky designs on it or whatever. And she'd cut it up and she'd make aprons out of them,
Huh.
out of the shirt itself. So,
Okay.
so the front of
Disguises.
the front of the shirt with the pockets on the chest and all that stuff. That's the front of the apron. She take the back out and stuff like that, and and
Oh.
it's just like one of those things that you can like sit there, like an apron that you would wear to like cook in or whatever, you know what I mean, or like something you would wear like you out gardening or something,
Very interesting. So you could throw it over the back of your head because she took the back out. So you throw the
Yeah,
collar.
yeah, yeah. The collar would be the part that
Oh,
you throw over your head. You know
right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the front of the shirt, with the pockets on the front, and then she'd take a couple of pieces from the back that she cut out, and she'd make pockets down there on the bottom, like down toward your waist. You
Right.
know what I mean? And just simple things like that. She would do that with all kinds of different designed shirts. That's one of the other reasons why she would go to like thrift stores and Goodwills and stuff, find stuff like that, and she'd just cut it up and make something else out of it. You know
Right.
what I mean? And
Love that.
yeah, dude. I mean, I think it's really neat. You know what I mean? That's where I think I get my creativity type of stuff from is her, because my mom, I mean, she does all kinds of stuff like that. My dad, nothing. Yeah, I
Right.
totally didn't get any of that kind of stuff from him. You know what I mean? But yeah,
What did you get from him? You must have gotten.
I think I got his stubbornness.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, I think
Right.
because I'm the firstborn out of four kids. All right. So, and my dad was an ex-military, ex-marine, went to Vietnam, 2 tours, and when he got out, he became a cop. So I've
Mm.
had that military and cop mentality being forced down my throat all my fucking life,
Mhm.
and I've always been the rebellious kind. You know what I mean? I've always been the one to question authority. I've always been that guy. I've always been that loner. I've always been that. I've always been there. You know what I
Right.
mean? So it's not, it's nothing new to me. You know what I mean? It's like I've been uncool before it was cool to be uncool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Um, I was that guy. You know what I mean? I've always been that way. And but you know, because I've always been that type of person. Like for instance, even if I did get something, I have to modify it to make it mine. You know what I
Mm.
mean?
Right.
Like even when I was a kid, I never bought a bicycle. I would get like 4 or 5 old bicycles, take them apart, and build one good one out of it. You know what I mean? That's what we used to do back in the day when we were kids. We take these,
Agreed.
back when I was a kid, there was this neighborhood I used to live in Orlando, and one of there's this big lake that was nearby, and there was this guy that had this those ski jumps. Well, like if you're out in the water, you're water skiing, and they got those jumps out there where you can jump it and stuff. All right, just a
Like a
ramp,
ramp.
yeah, just like a ramp or whatever out
Right.
there in the water, and you just when you go by it on your water skis, you just go up this ramp and you jump. Well,
Right.
anyway, he had one of those, and it was like right on the shoreline, and man, we used to get out there on these bikes that we all built. You know what I mean? A bunch of me and my friends and stuff. We like take 2 or 3 bikes or whatever that had all the different parts and stuff, and then take them all apart and then make one good bike that we can just didn't give a crap if we just trashed it or not.
Right.
And we would just like ride down there and then jump that thing into the lake. Oh man, it was so much fun. And we used to there was a undeveloped a piece of land on the back side of this neighborhood that I was living in, and we would go out there and spend hours and hours out there making all these dirt like track type stuff with jumps and stuff like that. We're out there, back when BMXing was a big thing.
Oh
You know what
yeah.
I mean? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And we used to do that all the time, man. We'd spend hours out there just making this damn track out there in the woods with jumps and all this other stuff and tree forts and stuff like that. We used to have um, back before airsoft and paintball even came out. Before all that stuff even came out, we used to go out and have BB gun wars. All right,
Yep.
and we'd go out in these woods and stuff, man, and I'd wear like a damn motorcycle helmet, big freaking military fatigues and stuff, and jacket and all that stuff, man. Go out there and shoot each other with BB guns,
Right.
you know, and it was just that was fun, back in the day. I mean, that was what we used to do back in the day. And that was before paintballs, even that, because paintballs was the first thing that came out, and
Hmm.
then like the airsoft and all that stuff came out later, but yeah, this is before all that stuff even came out. That's what we used to do, and it was just fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
I
I'm the
haven't done that.
oldest of six, and the two under me are boys. So it was that we had some BB going, but we also made rubber band guns and potato
Yeah.
guns, and amped it up pretty good. We got some pretty sweet rubber band guns put together. I mean, I know that it sounds kind of gay, but it was fun.
What's up, Jack? How you doing there? Is you popping in there? Good to see you. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's the night shift or not, but I mean, hell, I'm here. If it, if anybody wants to come up, man, feel free. That's what this channel is about. This channel is about the panel talks. If anybody wants to get up and have a chat and all that stuff, man, that's what it's all about. Um, because like I said, I'll just kind of try to get it away from my main channel and put everything over on this one when it comes down to this stuff. And but yeah, I mean, I like doing that old stuff. I haven't done that kind of stuff in a long time.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? It's been a while since I've done that kind of thing. Like, you know, um, I actually probably I was thinking about it. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or not. I've been thinking about going out camping. What, tomorrow night? Because I think Sunday is supposed to be clear. It rained pretty much all day today, and tomorrow I think it's got like 30 or 40% chance. But Sunday is supposed to be clear, like 0% chance of rain.
Right.
So I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or not, but I've been thinking about just going camping tomorrow night and um, and then maybe do something out there with do a live out there or something or whatever. I don't know yet. The only thing that I have to think about is like, okay, getting away from my dogs where they don't follow me,
Right.
and then um, getting them taken care of so I don't have to worry about them while I'm gone and all that kind of stuff. But other than that,
I say go for it.
I've been thinking about it. You know what I mean? I've been actually, it's been running around in my head, and I'm like, I need to do that. I need to get out there and do that. It's been a while, and then on top of that, um, you know, uh, stretching over here. Hold on. Not only that, I need to get out and actually, I don't know, break out all my gear. I've got some other stuff. I got some new gear and stuff, man, that my brother gave me. He was cleaning out his basement a while back ago, and he gave me a bunch of stuff. Like when he retired from the military, he had a bunch of crap that he had sitting in his basement. And I was like, well, if all that military crap or whatever you got down there, I'll take it off your hands. And he just gave me a bunch of stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
And some of it is like, there's like, I think I got two or three tents. I got two sleeping bags, and then some other stuff. And I haven't tried out any of those things yet, and that I might do. Um, because like the tent I got is just like one of those single person bivy type tents,
Right.
and I haven't used it yet, and I've been meaning to, and that's one of the reasons why I've been thinking about going out camping, because I was just like, well, shit, it's like I haven't even set that damn thing up and used it yet, and
Hmm.
I've got another one that is still in the box, and I haven't even gotten it out of the box yet to even look at it. I don't even know what it looks like. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, you don't want to try and figure that out if you really need it. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
I think it's a good idea to run through the process once or twice. And
Well, it's the thing. It's like and that's another thing too, man. I've been um, when I had my van. All right, now my van is still sitting here. It's just got no windshield in it and some other problems and stuff. So it's just sitting there. But when I had my van, I had it. I had like a get home bag and all that kind of stuff in that van. That kind of stuff. I had all that
right.
stuff set up in the van, and now I've got this truck over here, and I'm not doing the van anymore. I've got a lot smaller space, so I couldn't put the amount of stuff that I had in the van in the truck. So I'm gonna have to like consolidate and redo all that stuff because I'm not driving the van anymore. And so that's something else that I've been thinking about in my head. It's like, okay, what am I gonna put in this thing? It's like, okay, I'm probably just gonna have to revamp my whole get home bag type of shit altogether, and figure out how I'm gonna get everything in that truck where I can still utilize it, where it's not like packed up full of crap. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know. It's just one of them things because um, I don't know. You never know. I mean, there's been plenty of times through my life where I've been stuck somewhere, and I wished I had like a bottle of water or something like that in my damn vehicle.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I think about that all the time. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Kid
Hmm.
check.
Oh, listen to that. Best life separated at birth. Yeah. Uh, Jack Gilliam. All right, now from North Carolina. Whereabouts in North Carolina are you at, man? I used to live in North Carolina. I used to live in Asheville, North Carolina, for a little while, and for about I don't know 4 years, I used to live there. And so, whereabouts in North Carolina you at, Jack? But, yeah, and you guys feel free to share the stream out if you guys want to, man. I don't know if anybody's out there that needs somewhere to go and hang out and talk or anything like that, and share it out. Maybe somebody needs, let people know that I'm out here. Oh, that reminds me, I probably should share it out. Now I think about it on my Discord. Let me go do that. Let's see here. I'll be right back. I'm going to share this out real quick. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let me get back over here. Who's that popped up? Oh, what's up, Best Life? What's going on? How are you?
How you doing?
I'm all
I'm
right,
doing
man.
good. Dude, you're like
Yeah.
totally talking about my whole childhood, like bikes and building your own bikes and jumping them into the lake, and like we used to tie the life jacket on the handlebars and you go launch it off into the lake. We didn't put the life jacket on us. It was on the bike, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, you
Yeah.
have
I
to
used to do that a
modify
lot.
everything to make it your own.
Oh, dude, I do
Like,
that to everything. Everything that I've got, no matter if it's brand new or not, I tweak it or modify it in some way because I want it to be mine. You know what I mean? And I
yeah,
do that to everything. Um, I don't know. I'm kind of obsessive about that.
yeah, you're tripping me out with it.
you know. Yeah.
Like, dude, this dude's telling my life story.
Jack, I'm in Florida. I'm in the northwest corner of Florida, at the moment. That's where I'm at. Um, Out here toward Panama City. Yeah, I used to live in Asheville. That's where I used to live at one time. I lived in Asheville, Waynesville, a few different places, out toward um, Bat Cave. I used to live out there for a little while. But yeah, I did that when I was like, I don't know, 18, 19 years old, something like that. But it was like, I think it was when I was 19 is when I went traveling around. I was basically a homeless kid, and I went traveling around the whole country for about 10 years. And, did my thing there. I kind of miss that in some ways, but uh, I grew up in Orlando, Jack. That's where I grew up. That's where I spent, I grew up in Orlando and Ocala. That's where I grew up. So I'm definitely a Floridian native, basically. And I was actually in Waynesville, North Carolina when 9/11 happened. And I was like, oh, that's getting a little too close to my backyard, so I'm going back to Florida. Yeah, screw that shit. So whereabouts are you
Yeah,
at, Best Life?
I'm in Montana.
Oh, right on. Damn,
Eastern.
that's like,
He's in one of my favorite
Eastern.
states ever.
it's like freaking cold up there.
Yeah, see, everyone thinks of like the western part of Montana, though. I'm in the eastern part by the Dakotas.
I've driven all through that bastard, all the way across. I loved both sides of it.
It was actually
Gosh.
gorgeous today. It was like 60 degrees.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Shoot,
Yeah.
I had thunderstorms and like even there was even some tornadoes that even kind of popped around. Huge lightning thunderstorms and stuff like that today. I had to have everything unplugged. You know what I mean, just in case, because lightning is like
Nice.
here in the Panhandle of Florida is like the lightning capital of the world. There is more lightning strikes per capita here in the Panhandle of Florida than anywhere else in the world. And it's just a big deal.
So you said you were
See,
like wandering around for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
How far west did you get, or like where
Arizona.
did you get
Arizona is about as far as I got west. I didn't want to go any further.
All that's left is California. There's no need.
No, I had no desire to even cross the freaking state line. Not even one.
Well, Washington and Oregon, Idaho, all beautiful. Honestly, the Northwest and up where Montana and the Dakotas,
Yeah.
I think is just stunning. And almost no one goes there because it's so rugged. But
Right. Yeah. I mean, now I went this I was really I don't remember it, but I was real young. My I was like a baby, but I was in Washington State when I was real young.
cool.
All I know about it is it rained all the time. That's all I think I can remember, if I remember that far back.
Yeah.
But other than that, I've been in Florida most of my life, most of it anyway.
Mhm.
But I ended up I was in North Carolina at the time when I decided to go traveling, and it was mostly there was a guy that was willing to give me gas money to take him out to New Mexico, and I was just getting all ready. I had everything. I was like totally into it, and I had got everything ready and all that stuff, blah blah blah. And he ended up just backing out. I ended up saying fuck it. I went anyway. Ended up in New Mexico, and ended up I was driving a 1974 Westphalia Volkswagen, camper van, and I ended up I went across Texas on was that 20 And I'm gonna tell you something, man. An air cooled engine in the heat of the summer in Texas is
Right.
not any good. You know
Right.
what I mean?
0 to
But
60 in 15 minutes.
yeah. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. I got into New Mexico, and the engine blew up.
Oh
And
no.
I'm sitting in this little town called Capitan,
Mhm.
which is right outside of Lincoln County. I don't know if you guys Lincoln County, like the Billy Kid, the Lincoln County Wars, and all that
Right.
stuff. It
I've
was
been
right.
through New Mexico, but I can't say I know the exact highway you're talking about.
Right. Well, yeah, like Capitan is actually it's a really small town, and it's a lot of ranchers that live out there and stuff like that. You know, Longhorn Ranch cattle ranches and stuff.
Hmm.
And matter of fact, actually, Smokey the Bear. The old, you can prevent forest fires and all that stuff. That whole
Okay.
ad thing, that was actually based on a real bear.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there was a major wildfire out there, and when the forestry and all that stuff, they got everything going out. They ended up finding this baby bear at the top of a tree with 90% of his body burnt.
In New
Well,
Mexico?
yeah, yeah, and they called it
Wow.
Smokey, and that's
Hmm.
where it all started. That's how it all started. Is just when they found that baby bear,
Hmm.
and in Capitan they have a museum, um, and also outside the museum they have the actual burial site where Smokey the Bear, the actual bear, is buried. And inside the museum thing, they got all these old ads, the old Smokey the Bear ads, prevent forest fire type of stuff, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. And I can actually say that I sat down next to Smokey the Bear and smoked a joint. I can actually say that I've done that. I've sat down and with Smokey the Bear and smoked a joint.
Right.
And but yeah, so while I was out there, I ended up my van broke down, and I had to basically replace the engine, which was not a big deal because it's like 4 bolts. The damn engine falls right out. But the thing was, is like just trying to find another engine. But where I ended up breaking down was right across the street, right next to this like gas station, and right across the street from this guy that um, he builds log cabins and builds log cabin furniture and stuff like that. And I ended up talking to him and worked out a deal. This was during the wintertime. I did not know it freaking snowed in the desert. It
Yep.
fucking it blew me away.
Yep.
And but so I'm sitting there. And I ended up, he had let me park my van next to his shop and run an extension cord out. And I had like a little shop heater in my van and all that stuff. Um, and I've got old black and white photos, man, of like where I had parked and icicles that were stretching like 3 foot long off the roof of this building and stuff. And I was like, holy crap! I was blown away. I'm like, I'm in the freaking desert. I didn't think it snowed in the desert. You know what I mean? I'm
Did
like,
your van
so what?
did your van have the pop-up roof?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It
Yes.
was a camper van. Yeah, the pop
Hot.
up. It was the old Westphalia. Was it
Yeah, I knew what you're talking about. I didn't know if all of them
1970?
popped up. I knew some of them did.
Yeah, the one I had did. Yeah.
I always
Uh,
wanted one of those.
it's a good van. I mean, my first 4 vehicles were actual Volkswagens.
Right.
I had one van and I had 3 bugs. I had you know that was the one thing that I really I knew how to work on a lot. I knew everything about the engines and blah 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 and all that stuff because that's what I did all the work myself. And I was actually lucked out. I ended up spending the whole freaking winter in that spot.
Hmm.
But I ended up finding some locals in that area that had an old dune buggy that they were that had the same engine that I needed, the same engine that I had in my van, but it wouldn't fit up to their transmission on their dune buggy. So they sold it to me for pretty cheap, and I
Right.
ended up the guy that let me park my van next to his shop. I ended up doing work for him, You know, like I said, he built log cabins and log cabin furniture. So he would build the actual log cabin house on his property to begin with, and then disassemble it and then reassemble it on the site where it was supposed to be built. And so,
Wow.
he would get me out there, peeling the bark off the logs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's how I made my money while I was there.
That's
And
pretty freaking cool. And by the way, my first car was a Volkswagen Rabbit. I paid $200 for it. It's a 70, either 77 or 79. And I loved her. Lots of debauchery in that one.
yeah, yeah. I had a good time, man. I mean, I ended up, once I got the van fixed and all that stuff, man. I ended up keep on going and stuff. I ended up in Rio Doso, New Mexico for a little while. That's out there where the Rio Doso Downs, like the big horse racing thing is. Um, and then I ended up in Santa Fe, which is basically, and it's like a sister city to Asheville, North Carolina. It's almost the same thing.
Huh.
It's just the southwestern part of, you know what I
Interesting.
mean? You go straight down 40, it's basically straight from, and go down 40, it's right there.
Mhm.
It's like Asheville is like a really hip. Well, it used to be when I was there. It was a real hippie town. I mean, it's now turned liberal, but it's like a real hippie, musical inclined type of town. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the same thing about Santa Fe. It's like a really kind of laid back type of hippie-ish type, artsy type, town. But it's just more southwestern. You know what I mean?
There's some places you drive through in New Mexico or West Texas or Arizona, even that I remember going through a few where it was a little sketchy. If you had to stop at a convenience store on a highway along like a ton of desert, then that's the only stop, and you got to get gas or do something. There are a few places where there were just folks sitting outside on benches staring at you because they know you're a stranger, and it's
Oh yeah.
be like a little bit like, hey, I just
Oh
need some
dude.
resources, man. It's cool. This is your territory. I got it.
Dude. I did that one time. I can't remember where it was, but I'm serious. I'm serious. You walk into this convenience store. All right. Do you know what a jackalope is?
Yes.
All right. You know those rabbits that people put deer antlers on
Yeah.
and stuff like that? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Now picture this. You go into this convenience store, and one of the first things that you see is this stuffed jackalope. All right. And then all this other animals stuffed around the damn building. And I'm serious, man. And I had that deliverance type feeling come over me. I'm serious, man. I was just like, okay, I just need to get gas. I'm getting out of here. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
100%. Yeah.
I was serious, man. I was just waiting for fucking banjos to kind of start playing and
Yes.
shit. I was just waiting for that shit.
You ain't lying.
But I ended up traveling around all over the place. I went to New Mexico and stayed there for a while. Ended up in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I spent a lot of time in Santa Fe.
Mhm.
That's where I ended up meeting my ex-girlfriend at the time.
Oh.
And this girl named Paige that I used to date, she was going to school over there. It's like it's called the New Mexico School of Healing Arts. She went there for massage therapy.
Right.
That's what she was learning. And we started dating for a little while I was there, and it's like, and I was just basically, once I got the van running, once I got into Santa Fe, I was just basically just kind of car camping wherever I could. You know what I mean? I'm serious, man. I have camped in some of the fucking so primo spots that people pay millions of dollars to get that view. You know what I
Right.
mean? People
Yeah.
pay millions of dollars to buy this piece of property and put a house on it just so they can see that view. Hell,
Right.
I've actually car camped in some of those spots, and I did it for free.
Right.
And
Yeah, I
I
have
had
too.
some of the gorgeous places, man.
Did you ever get to the Grand Canyon?
No.
It's just a big hole, but
Yeah.
it's still pretty.
Well, I
Like,
mean, there's parts
it's
of it that
big.
I would like to actually. I thought about it because I mean, there's more information that I learned about, like the Grand Canyon and stuff. There's actually Egyptian hieroglyphs that were found in the
Yes.
Grand
Yeah,
Canyon.
and there are still native people who live
Right.
down at the base of it. There are people who go down to teach them or bring them resources. It takes like, I swear to God, like 2 days to get to them. Just, you got to pack it down and
Like,
around.
yeah, like kind of like riding a donkey all the way
Yeah.
down. Yeah.
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 It's
I thought
fascinating.
about it. I mean, because the more stuff that I learn about different things here and there, because
Yeah.
there's some things, man, that I would love to be able to see for myself. That's one thing that interests me about some of the people I talk to, like in like the UK or Ireland or Scotland and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I know some guys. It's like they pass 1,000-year-old ruins every single day as they go to work. They don't even think anything of it. And I'm just like, dude, we don't have anything like that around here. You know
Yeah,
what I
we
mean?
do.
There's
It's
just
all been
nothing.
hidden. We do have it, but it has been hidden and covered over and purchased. A lot of our national parks and places like the Grand Canyon, that are protected and preserved and all of that. That's where all the evidence of our continent is.
Yeah, well, see, that's one thing that actually makes me want to explore some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've thought about it. I've actually, this is one of those things in the back of my mind. If I ever go traveling again, which I've always got that itch, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
I'm just trying to get myself set up to where I have a base camp. That's one thing in my age now. I'm 47 now. I'm down to that age where I'm just like, I want to have a base camp somewhere I can always go back to if I go
Yep.
traveling. Because
Yep.
when I did that before, I didn't have anywhere. I had, wherever I was is where I was. I didn't have a home base. You know what I mean? So my home base was my vehicle, and there was times where I didn't even have a vehicle. I mean, I was living out of my backpack. You know what I mean? And just hitchhiking.
Right.
I mean, back in those days, I could hitchhike from East Coast to West Coast pretty much faster than I could drive it. You know what I
Right.
mean?
So was that
Literally,
sketchy as fuck, or like how did?
I've
Okay,
I've
so
had
people
some
get
sketchy
scared of
moments.
picking up hitchhikers, but what I always wonder is the hitchhikers at just as much, if not more, risk. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
dude,
what?
I got
Give
picked up.
us a
Okay, this is
story, man.
well. There was okay. I'll tell you one. It was. All right. Now this is back. When semi truck drivers, were still kind of able to pick up, passengers and stuff. And
Uh-huh.
I got a ride. It was a couple. It was a man and woman that were driving this big semi truck. All right, I got a ride with them, and we're sitting there just riding along, and next thing you know, man, like up on the above the windshield, they had like a lot of like this storage area or something like that up in the cab, and we were just having these conversations and stuff. For some reason, I don't know why the conversation, I guess it's because they kind of turned it that way, but the conversation got almost kind of perverted in a way. And then next
Mhm.
thing you know, he hits a fucking big ass bump in the road, and this big fucking dildo comes out of one of those big fucking things and lands on my lap. I'm like, all right, hey, you know what? That next stop over here, I'm getting out over there, man. This one.
What did you do? Did you pick it up like a hot potato and throw it
No, I'm
somewhere?
just like, here, that's yours. You can guys, yeah, you guys, this is yours, it's not mine.
So after that, was it super awkward, or did they try to play it off?
No, I was the well, they didn't think anything of it. Me
Okay.
personally, at that time, I'm just like, I'm like, all right, well, you see that right up there? Yeah, I'll get out right up there. That's
Yeah.
that's where I'll get out at. That's
Right.
fine.
Right.
It's far enough, y'all. That
Wow.
kind of thing. But
Imagine how
I've
many
had.
people have it fall in their lap and just shove it right in. Yes,
I bet they
you know
laughed
there's a
their
percentage.
ass off
Yep.
when you got
But
out. I bet they were
it's
just
definitely a
laughing.
freaking story. I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, I've had both ends of the spectrum. Something that was really freaky, like I've been picked up with from. I mean, these are full on, in my opinion, pedophiles.
Hmm.
That were really they thought I was like an easy mark. But I always
Oh,
carried a
wow.
blade on me. I always carried all kinds of shit on me. So I mean, I was very, very, able to protect myself if I needed to. You know, um,
Do you
um,
ever think you got picked up by a serial killer?
no, but like I said, I mean, I have definitely been picked up by People,
Questionable.
yeah, people that are definitely, in my opinion, they are pedophiles. I mean, I
Right.
had one guy offer to give me money just to let him suck my dick. You know what I
Holy
mean?
shit! How much
Yeah,
money?
I'm
Hey,
not
Mister.
going to get into that, but I'm saying it wasn't. It's definitely not
I mean,
enough.
$20 is $20.
No, but no, no.
Beat you to it.
Come on now. No, but I mean, and I've also, like I said, I've had both ends of the spectrum. What's up, Master Ron? What's going on? Because I mean, like there was this one guy. I mean, he was a major religious freak. I mean, big time. But he went way out of his way to get me where I was going. I mean, he went way out of his way, which is like really awesome for this guy to do this. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? I mean, because he was totally not going to the area or the town that I was going to. He
Mm-hmm.
went out of his way to take me there. I mean, but I had to listen to all that preaching type stuff the whole way.
Oh, so he went with I gotcha, the opportunity to try and save
Yeah,
you.
yeah, save me or convert me or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah, 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 yeah,
okay.
yeah. And I mean, I've had a lot of. I mean, there was one time, man. Um, there was another girl I was dating at the time, and we were traveling on a Greyhound, and the Greyhound actually got in a fucking wreck. So we're
Uh-huh.
sitting on the interstate, you know what I mean? And me and my girlfriend, when we got out of the damn bus and we started walking around, just smoking our cigarettes and all that stuff, man, and all that stuff. Next thing you know, somebody pulls over and it's like, hey, you guys all right? That kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, we're fine, man. The bus wrecked, we're just kind of sitting here. And he's like, you guys need a ride? We're like, hell yeah. We grabbed our bags and took off, man. And then he gave us a ride all the way up into the town that we were going to. And it's like, screw you, big Greyhound. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, there's, you know, but nowadays, holy crap, man. People won't even look at you twice anymore. I mean, it's crazy, man. There was one time, this is just recently too. Um, uh, I was probably about, I don't know, uh, let's say about 45 minutes away from my house driving. And that's like at 50 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour, whatever. That's how far away I was from my house. And I blew a tire. I didn't have any service on my phone because my phone, the phone service went out on it, so I didn't have any minutes on it. So I couldn't call anybody to come pick me up. I didn't have a jack. I didn't have a spare tire, so I had to walk all the way home. All right, so I'm out there. I'm walking down the road, got my thumb out and everything, trying to hitch a ride. I'm serious. Not a single freaking person until I probably got about halfway to the house. Somebody picks me up and they gave me a ride for another 10 miles or something like that. And that's about as far as they went. And then I walked the rest of it. But I mean, it's like, uh, nobody even nobody even looks at you twice anymore to even think about giving you a ride. It's gotten worse and worse. And it's like, don't even think about trying to get a ride with a truck driver anymore. It's just like,
Yeah.
they won't do it.
Well, they can't. I mean, they've got cameras and
Yeah,
sensors
yeah,
and all
yeah,
this shit
yeah,
everywhere. Like there's no way. The
yeah. I know.
liability.
They get in real big trouble if they pick up passengers and stuff now.
Yep.
Back in those days when I was a kid, or younger, in my early 20s and stuff, it's like it was still a thing, and people did that all the time. It's like I
Do you
said, I
think people are more scared, or that it's just like part of the system in place now?
I honestly don't know, man. I don't know what changed. It's kind
Right?
of like I've said this before. It's like when I was in high school, um, it was nothing to see a deer rifle or shotgun in the back
Mhm.
window of a fucking truck in the high school parking lot. It was
Correct.
normal. It was
Right.
normal.
Yep.
All right. Nowadays, holy crap, they're afraid that damn gun's gonna come out of that damn vehicle all by itself and start a fucking mass shooting. You know what I
Grow
mean?
legs.
Dude,
Yeah.
But I'm just
you get
like,
arrested if you got a picture on your phone of one.
yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like what fucking changed? I mean, I mean, really, I mean, what really changed? It's, I guess, people's perception is what changed. You know,
Yeah.
because, uh, I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's like, I don't understand why, why it's different now. Um, it's like, like I said, I keep up with a lot of these auditors, these First Amendment auditors and cop watchers and stuff, man, because I used to do that when I was younger, before internet and all that stuff came in. And so I keep up with the movement, I guess you would call it, today, because everybody's got a freaking camera now. And it's like, uh, even cops today are much different from when I was a kid. You know what I mean? On how they treat the public, how they look at the public. Um, it's just different, and I don't know why. I mean, it's not like, and a lot of them, they're like, oh, because of 9/11. I'm like, what the hell? What are you gonna try and say? Oh, because of freaking, Pearl Harbor, it's not, or, World War One, it's like, they always try and bring that crap up, like, oh, since 9/11, it's like, oh, da, 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 it's like, that was freaking 20 years ago. It's like, why don't you just go say, well, since World War One, we've been in a high state of emergency ever since. You know what I mean? I'm like, come on, man. I don't understand it. They try to play it off like we're, uh, yeah, I don't know. It irritates me. It irritates me when it comes down to it, on how how the government employees, these public servants, treat the public, the private sector. You know what I mean? What's happening is, basically, they're trying to eliminate the private sector altogether. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and that's what's happening now. Is basically, this redistributing of wealth and all that other shit. It's basically knocking out the middle class and the lower class and making them even lower. You know what I mean? And the higher class gets something higher. And that just drives me insane, man. Is because the public servants are the ones that are getting paid, and they don't have to worry about getting their paycheck, because they, they, it's always there. And then if they do anything wrong, how do you fight that shit? What's up, Garrett? But yeah, I mean, it's like, who do you call when cops do wrong? Who do you call? You can't call the Ghostbusters. I mean, it's like, when the government makes mistakes or does wrong or murders or steals, who do you call? You know what I mean? It's supposed to be us, the militia, the people of the country. But it's like, until we actually get to the point where we're all basically on the same page, and actually hold these people accountable, like holding their feet to the fire for real, um, it's not going to get any better, because they're going to continue to get paid. It's kind of like that trucker protest up in Canada. It's a problem, reaction, solution. The problem was the government created the problem. The reaction was the protest. The solution was this pre-planned solution of emergency powers, and that's exactly what it was. I mean, it's always that. And it's like, even the stuff that's going on with this damn Russia shit. It's the government's creating the problems, and we, the people, are the fucking collateral damage. That is bullshit. I mean, I think it's time to, like, actually make all these bankers, all these freaking, all these people that think they're royals and elites and all that stuff. It's time to make them penniless and homeless, man. I mean, killing them all off would be a good option, but I think that's too good of a punishment to them. No, make them live penniless and homeless. That would be a good punishment. You know what I mean? Because I'm sick and tired of us being forced to pay for our own slavery. I'm sick and tired of it. I've drawn my own line in the sand. I'm not doing it any longer. Yeah, I mean, when I go get gas or when I buy something at the store, I'm still paying taxes, but that's about as far as it goes. You know what I mean? I've said, fuck it. I'm just not doing it no more. I'm not going to contribute to this shit any longer. And I just wish people would actually wake up to the point and start doing the same exact thing. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know. It just irritates me, man, that it's getting to this point. But I'm also down to the point where I'm like, okay, fine. You guys want to come? You guys think that you guys can do whatever you want to do? I dare you to push the button. I dare you. You know, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I have a gut feeling it's all going to come back on them. These elite, these royals, there'll be a point. Well, they won't even be able to show their face out on the street any longer because they'll be hunted down. You know what I mean? Because I mean, seriously, you start putting people across the planet and put our backs up against the wall. Um, yeah, these small group of people that think that they know better for the rest of us, they'll be hunted down. There will be not one rock that they can crawl under. They won't be found. There won't be not one fucking rock out in space they can go fly off to that they won't be found because they can't hide from all of us. They can't hide from all of us. You know what I mean? But you know, it's just I just don't know how it's going to get people. You know, because a lot of people have that. You know, it's not in my area type of a mentality. Oh, that's not happening here, and it doesn't affect me type of mentality. You know what I mean? Oh, that's in that other state. Oh, that's in that other country. You know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, it's like, what does that say? Is like, an injustice to one man is an injustice to all men. And basically all these people that are being, you know, berated over bullshit politics shit over in, like, for instance, the Ukraine. That's just one example of what's going on right now in our immediate bubble. You know, all these people that are being forced out of their homes and stuff because they're actually targeting residential buildings now, not just government buildings. So a lot of people are being forced out of their homes and stuff like that because it's being blown up, because of some bullshit, because of the EU and NATO that want to force Russia into doing stuff. And Russia's like, fuck you. So this is what I'm going to do. You know what I mean? That's what's going on.
Yeah,
And
there's look, the atrocities are they're heartbreaking, right? At the same time, as far as wars we've seen in the past, this is nothing if
not yet. But you got to understand, it's still early.
I don't think rattling up about all the
Yeah, but you got to
whatever, like we don't know anything yet.
Yeah, but you got to understand, it's still early.
Yep.
Like when we went into Iraq, and all that stuff came down, it didn't really get hot and heavy until about 60 days in.
Mm-hmm.
We're only 20, not even 30 days into the Ukraine stuff. You got to understand, this is still new. And you put Putin's back up against the wall. What do you think he's willing to do? You know what I mean?
I think it's complicated. I think the outcome of this was decided probably years ago.
Yeah.
This is wagging the dog for the sake of unveiling the show and for the sake of unveiling what they've already decided to do. Therefore, I'm not going to stress every semantic movement of it because the outcome is done. It's decided. They're just unfolding it for us.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, the only thing is like, there's even like this new reports that are coming in now that fucking Russia is asking China for support, from like either like military or financial or whatever. I'm not sure, but I mean, the amount of years that I've been watching AI and cybernetics and robotics technologies and stuff, and I know what Russia and China have been doing. Holy crap! There's no telling what they could actually do if they really wanted to. And then on top of that, I mean, even back in the day, back when we were coming up with the atomic bomb or the nukes and stuff, even Russia was coming up with the doomsday of device in a sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was back then.
On this for decades.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, there is this possibility that the so-called World War III might not happen here in America. It might not start here in America. It might be starting in another country somewhere and then spread over here. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm down to the point. I'm like, fuck it. Yeah, if it's gonna happen, let's get it on. Do it now. Rip the Band-Aid off right fucking now. I dare you, motherfuckers, to do it. Go ahead. You know what I mean? I'm just down to that point. I'm sick of it.
is kind of defeating winning. Like, it's a form of fear.
Yeah. I'm not afraid of
And
it anymore. I'm not
but
afraid of it. I'm not
it's
even
still a
stressing
form
it.
of fear, because even if you know you're going to rip the Band-Aid off, you still have that jolt in your belly.
Uh-uh. Well, I'll tell you this. Put it this way. Once I see the first nuke goes off in this country, yeah,
Yeah,
my throat will sink down into my stomach or something like that for the split second. But then I'll be like, okay, it's on.
right.
You know, it's on. You know what I mean? I'll have that switch like flip in my head. You know what I mean? I
We're
mean,
not,
there's a part of me that I keep caged up. Okay, I keep that part of me all locked up because I don't even like being that person. But I'm gonna tell you something, and the shit hit the fan, that switch is gonna be flipped, and
mhm,
I'll and you know what I mean. Um, my mentality will go to that.
right.
Right now, I mean, since we're still in this, everybody's still going as business as usual around me and all around me and all that stuff. You know, every time I'm out on the road, driving around or going to the store or whatever, I'm always looking and I'm looking at all the people that's always around, driving on the roads, going at the store, and I'm always thinking in my head, if this was the moment right now, how would all these people act?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What
Hmm.
are they willing to do? What are they prepared to do? You know what I'm saying? I'm always thinking about that. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I I think about, like, for instance, like, a lot of people, I understand, like, trying to get your community down, start locally. You know what I mean? Start in your neighborhood, start in your area, whatever like that. Get to know your neighbors and stuff like that. I do in some ways. Now, I don't know all my neighbors personally. I mean, there are a few of my neighbors here that I know really well because they're family. But there's a bunch of my other neighbors that are around my area that I know I probably met once, but that's about as far as it goes. I have no idea where they stand on certain things. I have no idea if they're actually prepared for certain things. I have no freaking clue. But I'm always thinking, well, yeah, I might have enough food and water sitting over here for me to keep me going for a little while,
Hmm.
but I have no idea what my neighbor down the road's got,
Hmm.
and he's got kids. You know what I'm saying? You
Hey,
know,
Darren.
you you think about it. I mean, when Hurricane Michael came through here, all right, I was in my area of where all the damage was. I was only out of power for a little less than 2 weeks. There are some other places in Panama that were out a lot longer than me. But the thing is, it's like, 2 weeks in with no power, you're no gas. You think about, like, all the a lot of people were actually buying up a lot of stuff before the hurricane came in, so a lot of the store shelves were already kind of bare, and then after that happened, they were even more bare. I mean, hell, there were some of the stores that didn't even have sides of the walls up. You know what I mean? There was some parts in Callaway over there in Panama where the hurricane came through and it sheared the whole front end of a dollar store right off. And I mean, seriously, after the storm, people were piling into that dollar store and just going in there and grabbing everything. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there thinking about it. I'm like, okay, let's just say that was a shit hit the fan thing, but it's not, the power is not coming back, you know, and you can, and we have no emergency services, you know what I mean? No, nothing. It's like, survival living. He lives not that far away from me over here. All right. Both me and him, we don't, we've never met personally, but we're trying to get together someday. But, um, both of us, we had a big forest fire over here not too long, a couple, like last week or something like that, and both of us had the same deal. It's like, okay, well, let's just say on a shit hit the fan scenario, you had a forest fire start up. Well, right now, because everything's still in place, since everything's still in play, we had helicopters dumping water on this stuff and all this other stuff, emergency services and all that stuff to put the fire out, blah blah blah. It was going on for about, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. burnt a lot of property and stuff like that. And but on a shit hit the fan scenario, you're not going to have helicopters dropping water on this stuff. You're not going to have emergency services coming to save you and all that shit. All right. And for those people that think that bugging out is not an option, you're an idiot. Because there is very legitimate reasons and things that could happen that bugging out is an option, and also it may be your only option. All right. I mean, you think about it. Let's say you were in a house and that damn forest fire started up. No emergency services to put it out. It starts coming to your house. It burns your fucking house down. You're basically forced to bug out now. You know what I mean? All right. So people, I don't really think people think about this stuff. They don't think it's actually going to happen. And a lot of people don't want to believe that it could happen.
Right.
And
I
you know what I
agree.
mean?
It depends on circumstances, where you are, when you are. There are innumerable factors, whether it's war on war between countries or Mother Nature, or,
Yeah.
there are circumstances that could wipe you out in a second.
Yeah.
Which means it comes down to the mental fortitude to be adaptable and work through it, which I think is when I watch people, as you're describing, like sit and watch them, I would say maybe 1 out of 10 I look at and think, okay. And of course, this is all just prejudicial, but maybe 1 out of 10 be like, yeah, okay, I think you'd pull it through. That just people, your family, people in the store you see on cycle, especially in a small town. The numbers are dire for sure. But
Well, I mean, it's like I say, okay, I go back to the beginning of this freaking stream with my sewing. All right.
yeah,
All right. It's just simple trades and skills. All right. Simple things. It doesn't matter what it is, but just simple trades and skills. It doesn't weigh anything. You can carry it in your head, that kind of thing. Simple things like that, that the modern generations don't have. So if all this shit was to go to crap right now, and all these comfortable living type of things that we're all accustomed to now are all gone, okay? I mean, it's like that's what I love about some of the a lot of some of the prepper channels and stuff like that like to challenge each other, on certain things. It's like how to start a fire or something like that. Because I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of people out there that don't even know how to start a freaking fire. Even if they had a lighter in their hand, they probably wouldn't know how to start a damn fire. You know what I mean? And then I'm gonna tell you, these are basics, man.
right.
Basics. You
Yep.
know what I mean? When the hurricane happened out here, now I was lucky on that end of it. I got a pond that's right down the right on the backside of the property back here, so I was able to bathe. I could get water and all that stuff there. But a lot of people that were in the city, they didn't have that. They're on the city water system, they're on the city power and all this other shit. They weren't able to wash their ass for weeks.
Right.
I mean, you think about it. One of the main things that killed a lot of people back in the day was disease.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
People underestimate the filth that will
Yeah.
be around. Let's say it's a
Exactly.
natural disaster, like with flooding.
Yeah.
You're more likely to die of the infections that
Right.
come from that later, whether
Yep.
you get nicked with something and it infects your skin, or you are in it in your environment or whatever.
Yep.
Than debris hitting you. The lahars.
Yeah, you get like stuff like tetanus or
Yeah.
or what is it what is it like just any kind of like a infection.
Dysentery will
Yeah,
fuck your ass
exactly.
up.
And see, that's one thing that I don't think a lot of people see. I don't. That's one of the things that bothers me about. I'm not saying all, but a lot of prepper channels out there. They stress on having a shitload of ammunition, food, and water, and that's about as far as it goes. And that drives me insane. I'm like, what the hell?
Huge
There's
thing.
much more to that. You know what I mean?
Imagine if your trash man stopped coming, or however your rotation is, right? Let's say in your neighborhood or area, like 2 or 3 rotations. Now, if you're super rural, then sweet, right? You can burn it or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I
But
do.
if you're a little city, even,
Yeah.
they stop coming for 2 or 3 weeks. You
Oh, yeah, I
want to
know.
talk about, and
Yeah.
let's say the basic shit like toilets flushing or is not working,
Yep.
people will absolutely fucking lose it within 10 days, probably.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, um, and like I said, I've been through different stuff like natural disasters and blah blah blah. I've been through many hurricanes here in Florida. All right, all
Mhm.
through my life, I've been through many hurricanes. So it's nothing new to me. You know what I mean? I've always got that hurricane preparedness type of thing in my back of my mind anyway. You know what I mean? But you got to think about, yeah, like, within a week or two, 2 week, 3 weeks, something like that, everything's back to normal
Mhm.
after something like that, you know. But you think about it, 2 weeks down the line, 3 weeks, 4 weeks in, and there's still no end in sight, you know. All right, about the third or fourth weekend, people start really getting freaky. All right,
Mhm.
you think
Mhm.
about 5, 6 weeks in, people start getting desperate.
It's a
About two
quick
two months
slide.
in. Yeah, yeah. And then and like I said, when it comes down to disease, if you can't wash your ass
Mhm.
after a while, you know what I mean? Just a
The
simple cut.
deadliest vector on Earth is the mosquito.
Yeah, well, that's another
Things
thing too,
like
you know?
malaria and
Yeah,
the viruses that they can pass.
exactly.
If you cannot either prophylactically prevent those vectors or manage them, that slide, that disease slide, will take out a lot, and that's not even about mental acuity. That's
Right.
kind of luck of the draw in a way. I mean, talk about so many different ways you could be infected with something if shit goes down.
Yeah. Yeah, just keeping things clean,
Mhm.
like a wound or a scrape or a cut or something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, hell, I know a guy right now. All right, he's stubbed his. He's an older man. He's, I don't know. He's probably in his late 60s or something like that. He stubbed his toe on a table one time, and it got so badly infected, or he let it get badly infected. They had to chop his freaking leg off at the knee.
Right.
And I'm sitting there thinking, ah, now he's got a damn prosthetic leg and shit. And I'm sitting there, staying
Dang,
high
he
for
got an
life. That's a
infection
new one. I
from his.
haven't seen that one before.
Oh, staying high
Hello.
for life is a buddy. Yeah, he's one
Right
of our
on.
buddies for sure. Yep.
Oh, good to see you out there, man.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm sitting there thinking about it. It's like just a simple thing like stubbing your freaking toe. And I mean, it could get to the point where you have to get your damn leg amputated.
An
You know what I
infected
mean?
toenail can kill you.
Yeah. I mean, you know, and that's another thing too. The medical equipment, and actually how to take care of yourself. So that's something else that I've been trying to, like, on my own, is get all that stuff kind of like ready. I did get a nice med kit for my brother. Some of that military equipment that he had sitting in his basement. So I mean, I got a pretty good, you know. Um, med kit. Some of it needs to be updated. There's some stuff that's a little been expired, so I just probably have to just swap it out and rotate type of shit. But majority of the stuff it doesn't have an expiration date. So I mean, it's a very comprehensive type of med kit too. Um, and it's just simple things like that. You know what I mean? And knowing what to do and how to do it. um, you know, um, dressing a wound or whatever. You know what I mean? Um, Hell, a tooth infection. That could be a big thing for people. I'm thinking like in the shit the fan where nobody's coming to save you, and that kind of thing. That's what I'm thinking on that scenario. And a lot of people just don't believe that it could happen. It's like, "Oh, I don't believe that it could happen in my lifetime. I don't think that's going to happen. Blah 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 blah." But the thing is like a lot of people that were thinking that 2, 3 years ago, they've been proved wrong on some of the aspects in the past couple of years. It's like, they thought there was there's some things that they thought that would never happen here in America. And by God, in the past 2 years, they've been proven wrong. You know what I mean? But a lot of people have that cognitive dissonance to the point where they just don't want to. They don't want to believe that. So, what was the first thing you prepped? Mine was water and protein bars. Well, me personally, I've got a shitload of water and I've got a bunch of MREs at the moment. When it comes down to the bare minimum basics. And then I've got other stuff. I've got canned stuff. I've got stuff in the freezer and blah, blah, blah. But if the shit hit the fan, my freezer ain't worth a shit. That was one thing that when the hurricane happened, I didn't have a freezer, refrigerator, and I didn't have my pump for my well working. So I didn't have actual water coming to my house. So I had to go down to the pond. I had to go down there and get water, filter it out, boil it or whatever if I wanted to use it for drinking water or whatever, but I at least had a pond. I can go down there and go, bathe myself. You know what I mean? I at least had that. You know what I mean? And I know how to actually purify water. I know how to, do that kind of thing where I can actually, I even know how to purify water, making my own water filter out of natural materials. I know how to do that. And I've done that before. You know what I mean? So, I mean, these are simple things like that, if you're in that scenario where you're forced back into the 1900s, you know what I mean? That the 1800s type of time period, and with that, no electricity, no running water, you know what I mean? And the grocery stores are empty, you know what I mean? Because you think about it, all the grocery stores on a what is it, just in time type of schedule. It's like they don't really keep a lot of stock in the back room or whatever. It's like once the shelves are empty, they already got another truck coming in to replace what's bought off the shelves. You know what I mean? That's how the system works. That's how it does that. You know what I mean? So once everything's gone off of those shelves, if there's no more trucks to come in and replace it, those are going to be bare, and they only have enough in there for about a week or two in the grocery store, especially if everybody goes in there all at once. You know what I mean? It'd be empty. And then if some people get to the point of desperation, because I know I'm not the only person that's thought about it. I know one guy, his whole plan is not to stock up food, not stock up water. When it all goes to shit, he's going to back his truck into the dollar store and get what he needs. That's his whole plan. I know other people that their whole plan is just to steal your shit. That's their whole plan. They're not preparing. They're just waiting to come. When it all happens, they're just going to take your stuff. That's their idea. That's their plan. You know what I mean? Those are the people you got to watch out for.
As soon as he gets his truck filled up, he's going to get shot and someone else is going to drive off in it.
It's possible. It's possible. But I mean, but that's the whole plan. That's some people's whole plan. You know what I mean? I mean, because I know people that have actually admitted that to me. And I'm like, all right, man, I've actually had people, because they see the property that I'm sitting on. It's not mine, but it's like my dad's piece and a bunch of my uncles. They all own a piece of property, and it's all together. So it looks like one big chunk. You know what I mean? So it's like a nice place. And I mean, it's not a bad little piece of property. And I've had people like, man, hey, Wingnut, man, when it all goes to crap, I'm coming to your house. I'm like, the fuck you are? You ain't coming to my house, especially if you ain't got nothing to offer. You know what I mean? If you ain't got nothing to offer, you definitely ain't coming to my house. Now, if you got something to offer, we got something to talk about. But other than that, don't even think about coming to my house when all the shit goes down. You know what I mean? It ain't like that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and, open my damn property up to every freaking refugee coming out of the city. You know what I mean? And that's the only thing that I have in my benefit. I'm just far enough away from the main part of the city where I'm in a rural area just outside of it where, if it all happens, it'll take a minute for all that shit from the city to get to me. But eventually it will. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the only thing about it. Eventually it will. You know what I mean? Because, but there are a lot of people that it won't go anywhere because they, in those moments, they're like, okay, well, all these stores will be ripe for the pickings. And then when all that's empty, whatever's left over from everything else, when everybody fucking left or abandoned shit, you know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of abandoned stuff when that happens. A lot. There is going to be so much stuff that's going to be abandoned. I can definitely see myself as a scavenger on a lot of levels too. I might be, somewhat prepped on a little bit, but I mean, it's not going to last me forever. It'll get me by for a while, but not long. You know what I mean? Especially
Right.
if somebody steals my shit. Then what? You know what I mean? I got to rely on my fucking wits after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to be able to lay low long enough for everybody to get done shooting each other, or almost done.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, I could totally, I'm the type of guy. I was like, you get a couple of groups out there shooting at each other, killing each other off. I'll wait until they shoot each other and kill each other all off, and then I'll come in and pick up everything that's left behind.
Yeah.
you know, uh, I'm the type that I'm the sneaky one. I'm usually the sneaky one. I've always been a sneaky one all my life. You know what I mean? I've always been good at it. Matter of fact, if I ever went into the military, um, 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 I've had people tell me that my demeanor would fit real good with either a sniper or a LERP, which is a long distance reconnaissance. It's usually like a 2-man groups. I'm not real good in 40 or 50 people type group type thing. I'm more of a 1-2 person type of a group type of guy. You know what I mean? So if I was to go in and if I was to be in the military, those are the two type job things that I would probably be suited for. You know what I mean? Because that's more like my speed. I've always been good at that kind of thing.
I hear you. I don't do groups. I haven't seen a person in 17 days.
Right on. Unfortunately, I have to see. I see people all the time. I see people all the time. I mean, I try to stay home a lot, so I kind of hang out with my dogs. I sit here and all that stuff, and that's about it. I mean, to make money, I got no choice. I got to be around people. At least,
Right.
4 or 5 people, that I got to be around. Other than that, when I was just sitting down at the store selling stuff, you know what I mean? I would see people all day long. Then I'm sitting there, talk to people and blah blah blah. I talk to people all the time as it is. You know what I mean? Because I still talk on a CB radio. I talk to people on the CB radio. I talk to people on the internet, like on YouTube. I'm all over YouTube.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm on here every day, so I've talked to people every day, or at least in the chats and stuff. But I haven't. Last time I went to town was the 1st of the month, so it's been a minute.
Right. Yeah. Like Walmart, that's like 30, 40 minutes away from my house. I do that once a month. That's it. That's the only time I go to Walmart. It's like once a month. So, and the only reason I go there is to buy a phone card for my prepaid, cell phone. That's the only reason I go to Walmart, just to get a damn prepaid card. I have no desire to even go to Walmart otherwise. But I'm in a smaller area, or more of a smaller rural area, just outside of the main part of the city. You know what I mean? But I'm within an hour of all the city life stuff. But I grew up in the big city. I'm just over it. I've dealt with it. The majority of my growing up years. I'm over it. I like going to this area once in a while. That's about as far as it goes. I don't want to ever live there ever again. You know what I mean? It's like the beaches and stuff, man. I live, within like 45 minutes from the beach, but I don't go to the beach. You know what I mean? I've lived around the beach all my life. I'm over it, dude. I'm so over the beach. I can't even stand going down to the beach anymore. Nowadays, if I want to get out on the water, I go down to these rivers and stuff, and they got freshwater springs and stuff like that. And I'll get out there and on my kayak. What's up, Ghetto? I didn't even
What's
see
up,
you
brother?
pop in till then. What's going on?
Hello,
I've
PC.
been back there for an hour, man.
Really?
I'm trying to get out of here and go to bed, and then now Wingnut got on, and then I had to get in here, and now Ghetto's here. I ain't getting to sleep tonight.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I hear you. Well,
Grab
I
your
mean,
light bulb. You'll be awake.
hey, if you got to go, you got to go. I totally understand it, man.
Dude,
You
they're all, I already used them all.
know.
How
Yeah.
you doing, fellas? Miss Virginia.
All right. I think she might
My
be
sound all
muted.
right?
Yeah, you sound fine.
All right.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, Virginia's muted at the moment. She's got kids and dogs and stuff going on over there, so she's been back and forth.
Hey, Ghetto.
I do have
Yeah,
light
I am back and forth. I just walked in the room. Sorry, Billy. Just walked in and
It's
heard
all
your
good.
voice.
It's a dumb joke between me and Ghetto about light bulbs.
Oh, repeat it,
No.
please.
Oh, Virginia knows the joke.
What
Shoot.
is it?
It's a whole story. All right, so I knew this dude. It's a story about why I never did hard drugs. I knew this dude, and I came over to his house one day, and he had these two roommates, and they're sitting in the living room in the dark with a candle, and I'm like, they were like 10 years older than me. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Why don't we turn a light on? And they had to explain to me that they didn't have any light bulbs because they had smoked drugs out of all of the light bulbs.
Shit.
So, yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Wingnut, you never
I'm
used
led
a
to
light
believe-
bulb?
No,
What's
I've
that?
never used the light bulb. I've never used the light bulb. I've used a beer can before. That's about as far as I've gotten.
Well,
It's how
for
you smoke.
weed,
It's
Yeah.
how you smoke meth.
Yeah, I know.
You-
I'm just that's
Oh,
why
okay.
I don't get into that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I thought it was Coke until Ghetto told me it wasn't Coke.
No, either that or crack. Crack or
Yeah,
meth.
that's why I got mad at everybody calling that a crack pipe. Biden's crack. I'm like, man, that ain't crack. You can't smoke crack out of that. That's a meth
No,
pipe.
that's a meth pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard anyway.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot. Seen a lot.
I've
Yeah.
allegedly snorted lines off of butt cracks. Just saying.
Yeah. I've watched a lot
Never
of
a
HBO
butt
and
crack.
Cinemax back in the day.
I'm a good boy. I never did no drugs.
I
For
took
real.
2
I ain't even
years and
lying.
went off the rails and, got to a point of like, okay, let's get back on the rails. But I mean,
I don't know. Put it this way: anything that's got to go in your vein or up your nose is too good to be good.
oh no, I never went. That's the one thing I never did. I never, ever, ever tied off. Ever.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
hell no.
as far as
I used to
trying
know a
all
lot of
kinds of
guys like
different
that.
things, ecstasy and all this stuff, yeah, I did for about 2 years. I went for it, but then I like woke up one day and was like, okay, I cannot do this, and I literally stopped right then, like just stopped. And,
Yeah.
but it was so therefore I could say that I had times that were a lot of fun, although I probably should be dead.
Nah.
A lot.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
I knew too many people that were heroin addicts and shit like that back in the day. You know that's what turned me off from even getting near it.
Yeah,
But
I wasn't a fan of the smack addicts. They were a mess. But
yeah, I mean, I knew this one kid. His name was it Kendall? I think his name was. He was a good kid too, and then he got
Yeah.
hooked on that heroin, and he just went fucking downhill within a year. And
Yeah.
probably less than that, it seemed like. But I mean, it was like I knew another chick that she was into that heroin and crack, I mean,
Mhm.
she was a cute girl, cute girl. That was like within 8 months. She looked like she turned aged like freaking 40 years. You know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
hate people doing that, like, because I've seen the same thing where 6, 8, 12 months people are go
Yeah,
from just cover models to like holes in their faces. And
yeah,
Faces
as
of
as
meth.
soon as I see
yep,
someone trying it, I'm like, stop, just stop with that one, you know?
yeah.
I mean, that was 20 something years ago, but
It was a county from my state that started that Faces of Meth. It was
all
a
right.
county in Oregon. I forgot. Was it Multnomah County? It's something one of those. But yeah, they started Faces of Meth because their jail roster, they would get mug shots from these people, and within like a 6 month time, you go from a normal high
Right.
school student or something
Yep.
to all of a sudden this bitch looks like she's 70 years old.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh hell no!
I didn't.
I did
I
this.
didn't know
I
what
did
you were
it when I
talking
was
about for a
younger.
second, but now I know what you're talking about. I've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Faces of Meth. I did it when I was, I don't know, 17. I was always a downer type of dude.
Me?
Man,
I
I
I
wasn't.
first,
Not
I
me.
didn't care. I did everything.
Not me. I was a hallucinogens. I love
Mm-hmm.
yep, that
hallucinogens.
too. Yep, that too.
I mean
LSD,
LSD and
mescaline.
mushrooms,
Mhm.
man, dude. I used to know a guy who actually made LSD.
Uh-huh.
He went to college up in Washington State for chemistry. And when he was going to school there, it was actually part of the final exam to actually know how to synthesize the LSD molecule. All right, that was part of the final exam on his test. You know what I
Right.
mean? And he ended up making this shit on his own. And I mean, he lived out in was it Winston Salem out there in North Carolina, and he would make batches like enough to fit like fill a 55-gallon drum. That's what
Mhm.
he would make batches of that shit, that about that much of it. And
That's a lot.
he would pull out every so often, like every 3 4 5 years, something like that. He'd pull it out, make a good chunk of change off this stuff, and then and he'd go back to doing what he was doing and stuff like that, and
Mhm.
but dude, this stuff, oh my God, this is some of the best LSD I've ever had. And I've had quite a different things, like everything from like, blotter to liquid and whatever, and,
Yeah.
gel, whatever.
Mhm.
I've tried it all when it comes down to that. I mean, I also, at one time, I was doing a lot of ecstasy at one time also.
Mhm.
That was back in the
Hell
day
no.
when, well, me personally, man, I was doing a lot of LSD and ecstasy, and I was going to nightclubs
Yeah,
because I
me
was
too.
at the time, man. This is when I was getting into DJing and going to a lot of nightclubs and doing that kind of thing.
Where were
And
you DJing at? Like
well,
around Florida or up the
yeah,
East Coast?
there was a couple places here in Florida, and then up in North Carolina. Um,
Mm. Hmm.
but yeah, but um, I was getting, this was back in the day when electronic music was just kind of getting into it, getting into play, and
Yeah.
that's what I was doing. But I grew up on heavy metal and punk band type stuff. That's what I grew
Mhm.
up on. Well, I mean, my parents listened to like classic rock, which is like Zeppelin and all that stuff, which I love that kind of shit too. But the stuff that I was drawn to was the stuff that had a little bit more edge to it. You know what I mean? A little bit more oomph. You know what
We're
I mean? And
basically twinsies, dude, for sure.
but yeah,
Billy
and
was a raver too.
Mm-hmm.
well, see,
I
I
was
used to do that stuff. I used to do
oh
that
yeah.
back when it was all, I mean, I don't know what it is now. I have no idea what
They
it is
still
now.
do it, but it's way more anime-ish. But I used to have a friend in Virginia that I did more than Virginia, Baltimore. I didn't get as far as New York. I'd been to New York, but I didn't go to raves there. But
Dude.
around
Oh man,
Virginia and Baltimore for sure, and DC. But I had a friend who would always go and pick up his friend Tina, if you know what I'm saying, in Florida. So it wouldn't surprise me if we actually shook hands with the same person. I'm
um,
just saying.
Ghetto, you weren't a raver, right?
Oh hell no, man! I went and hit on the bitches at the raves, but that's about it. No,
I never did the
I
rave.
Dude,
I've been to a couple of them. I mean, I was in Portland, man. There's Reed Call. There's all kinds of huge. That's probably where the Raven came from. Was our freaking city. Bunch of
nah,
No.
nah.
who knows.
Nah.
Well, who knows? Who knows? But nah, I mean, they'd be cool to hit on and shit like that. But nah, I couldn't. Nah.
See, back in those days, though, and this was when it was all just kind of coming into the scene and all that stuff. I was a breakdancer back then too. All right, I mean, I was all into that snap pop type of liquid type of shit, dude. I would fucking, I still can dance like that too, but that was me. And I mean, I'd get out there and I'd kind of just do my thing out there or whatever. And but that was and I used to know a lot of the DJs too and all that stuff. Down in Orlando, a lot of these damn clubs down there, and up in Gainesville and Tallahassee. You get around these college towns and the college cities and stuff like that, and it was a real big deal. And there was one time I actually went to New York, and it was back in those days also. We went. I ended up staying with some people up in Manhattan, or out in Long Island. Actually, I was in Long Island where I was staying at. But we used to go all over Manhattan and New York and stuff like that. And there was a few of these nightclubs and stuff like that did a lot of that shit. But in New York, um, um, you know, a lot of these they would start clubs up. And a lot of these people, they would start up these like dance clubs, like break dancing clubs or whatever, like that kind of thing.
Yep.
You ever see those movies where they're like doing these dance off battle type shit?
All the
You know,
B-boys with the
yeah,
cards
yeah,
out
dude,
the
I'm gonna
street.
tell you something, man.
Mhm.
Dude, that was the first experience that I had to something like that because we didn't do that here in Florida. We didn't have dance off battles shit. You know what I mean? We
Right.
didn't do that kind of thing, dude. They took it serious up there, dude.
Yep.
And
Raves
and
sound
they're
good.
good too. I mean, but I could actually hang with that kind of shit because I was actually pretty good too when it came down to it. But man, dude, they would all dress alike. They come into the damn club and they do their thing and blah blah blah. And I'm like, my God, you guys are freaking serious, man. And then matter of fact, there was another time I was in Arizona. It was in Flagstaff actually, and I remember there's a about 4 or 5 of these kids that would sit down on the damn street corner with a fucking piece of cardboard out there and a boom box and doing their breakdancing and shit like that for tips and stuff. You know what I mean? That was funny, man. It's cool as shit that they did that, dude. But I mean, it's like different areas took it to a different level on certain aspects. You know what I mean? You
Yes.
know,
Agreed.
I mean, it's like even if you go into the graffiti type scene, you know what I mean? Different cities and different states and stuff. The graffiti is so much different. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
You get the graffiti
Well,
that is
right.
actually like common down here in Florida and like Orlando. The type of graffiti you see down here versus what you see in New York, for instance. You know what I mean? It's just different. Because a lot of them guys, they just take it real serious, man. They just it's like,
There were some really good artists. Some of them
oh, dude.
legit fucking
I was living
artists.
in Tallahassee, and there's a guy that's from the Dominican Republic that started a store in Tallahassee that he sold like skateboards and skater type equipment and clothing and stuff like that. And he paid me in pot to actually build him stuff, because I was actually doing construction at the time, and he wanted me to build like a dressing rooms and all this other stuff and for him. But he had a couple of these guys that came in from where was it? I don't know if it was New York or not, but it was up north somewhere. But these guys that came down and actually graffitied the whole inside of the store, all the walls on the inside of the store. It was so cool, man, to see this type of artwork. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And these guys were like the serious type. They had art books. These like the little the art books and stuff. You sit there and you draw on and stuff. They'd have all this fucking graffiti art already drawn up in these books. And then they go down and they find a wall somewhere and they just take that off the paper and put it on a fucking wall. I was like, that is freaking awesome. And using spray paint. I was like, man, yeah. I mean, I used to love that shit. Now I got into doing tagging and stuff like that, but that's like that cheap ass crap, type
Right,
graffiti. You know what I
right.
mean? But no, there's some really awesome artwork out there, and it varies depending on where you are. You know what I mean? Um, like I've even seen different type of graffiti over in the UK, for instance, versus what's here in America, and it's just different, man. And there's some really good artists out there, man. I've seen some really awesome murals out in the middle of nowhere. You know what I
Right.
mean? I mean, seriously, I'm like, there was this one. It's up on the top of a bridge. I'm like, how in the fuck did they get up there to do that? You know, and I'm like, I mean, they must have been like rappelling down off of ropes or something to do this shit. I don't know how they did it. You know what I mean? And it's just crazy, man. But
The
I
Fremont
like that.
area of Seattle has a huge area that's taken over by artists, but it, at least in the late 90s, it was pretty legit. I don't know if it still is. It's probably not anymore, but
Real sketchy
just
now,
some
probably.
really interesting work that's, like you say, it's different region to region and what people
Oh
see.
yeah, dude. I'll tell you this. I went to Knoxville, Tennessee. There is this one in the main downtown area of Knoxville. There's a couple of these back alleys in the town. There's just nothing but just alleys, but they're all graffitied all up and down these alleys. All right, and but there is some really good artwork. I mean, not just like 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 tagging type graffiti. No, this is like actual like murals and stuff like that.
Right.
And I'm just like, man. I mean, some of it was really cool. I've got pictures of it, man, because I like, I'll, if I happen to see stuff like that, I'll take a picture of it, man. I just think it's freaking cool. And but yeah, that was a while back ago. Now you go in those same alleys today, they're really sketchy.
Mhm.
You don't want to be caught in that freaking alley at night all by yourself. You know what I mean? That's kind of thing. You know what I mean? I was walking around with an ex-girlfriend of mine, and we were in there, and it was during the daytime, and I was like, all right, man, let's just, we'll just keep on walking. We'll we'll look at this stuff, take some pictures, and just keep on going. And we're not going to stay back here too much longer, that kind of thing. It was already kind of sketchy, and it's like, I don't know these people. I'm not from this town, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? they know I'm not from here, that kind of thing. And I don't want to give anybody uh, the
I'd love to
opportunity
have
to
a
do
setup
anything.
where I didn't have neighbors for miles. I just don't know how to sustain and make money doing that.
I'm working on it myself, man. It's like, I mean, if I had, I wish I had the money to do it, but I would love to have the amount of the money. See, my dad, he wants to sell the property that I'm sitting on, all right, because it's his property. He wants to sell it. That'll eventually, when he does sell it, it'll make me homeless because I have nowhere to go after that. But the thing is, it's like I wish I had the money to just hand it over. Here, Dad. Here, I'm buying it from
Mhm.
you. Here it is. This is mine now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I want that. I
Can
want
you
that.
buy a chip of it?
Um, he doesn't want to sell a chip of it. He wants to sell the whole thing.
Gotcha.
And then on top of that, it's like there's other uh, problems that come out of like
Stuff.
trying to
Yeah.
separate it all out and all that shit. Um, I mean, if I did, this is just the little spot that I'm on is 7 acres. I mean, shoot, I'd be happy with an acre and a half or 2 acres of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'd
Exactly.
I'd be happy with that on the back side of that. That's where I'm at. I was on the back side of it, and you can't even see the house from the road, which I love it. You know what I mean? You have to come into the driveway and come onto the property, and then you'll start seeing the places. You know what I mean? That's what I
All
like
right.
about it. It's like you
All
don't
right.
even
So,
know.
how about this thought experiment? Let's say that one way or another, you had 2 acres. You're sitting there. How would you sustain yourself? Like, what are your ideas? What can we do as people trying to be independent where the world wants us to be reliable?
Well, all right. See, that's where I was. That's also what I was trying to. I was talking about with Ghetto on the bartering system scenario.
Right?
I'm not necessarily a good farmer. I mean, I can't really. I'm not really good at that. You know what I mean? But there are
So,
people that
service
are. You know. Say that again.
services is what you would do, trades, like we were talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I know somebody that's got chickens. All right, it's like, well, okay, they got eggs and they got chickens. Now, when it comes down to a barter system, all right, I got to have something that they want to trade for it. You know what I mean? Well, then, if I ain't got nothing to trade for it, I've got to get something to trade for it. Or
Right.
I've got to get something to trade for that to get. It's like, okay, let's say the guy, he needs something like, I don't know. Let's say he needs a part for his tractor, but he's got a shitload of chickens and eggs. All right, and I want his chickens and eggs, and he wants a part for his tractor. I ain't got the part for his tractor, but I might know somebody that does. So
Right.
I've got to figure out some way of bartering what I have to get the part to the tractor so I can get chickens or eggs. It's that kind of scenario.
Right.
You got to be thinking about that kind of thing. Like I said, I'm not a real good farmer. I can grow certain things. There are certain things that I can grow out here, but I also I don't spend enough time, you know, maintaining it and stuff like that. That kind of thing.
Man, you can hone your skills though. Maximize what you
If,
know,
if
because
I ha-
the
if I
you
have
might
nothing
not be
else
able
to
to do
do,
everything, but maximize what you've got.
hmm well, I've also thought about this too in my mind. If I got nothing else to do, I'm not going out to work to get this fiat currency to pay the fucking bills. If that's not there, I don't have to worry about fucking paying bills. I don't have to worry about
Mhm.
chasing down that almighty dollar. I'd probably have a whole hell of a lot more time sitting here growing food. And you know what I mean? Um, but
I totally do. Well, I mean, we're limited. Even if you can grow food, depending on where you are, you might not be able to grow everything you need.
no,
So there's
I
so
live
many
on this
different ways.
fucking I live in Florida, and right here in this area it's sand. That
Right.
there's not actually soil, it's sand, and then you get deep enough it turns to clay.
Yep.
All right, now there's not a whole lot of stuff that you can grow just in sand.
Right.
So everything that I have to grow in pots. You
Yep.
know what
Or
I mean?
raised beds or something.
Yeah,
I'm
a
in the
raised
same
bed or
boat.
something like that.
I'm
You know what
surrounded
I
by
mean?
clay and sand. Same boat.
Yeah, this property I'm sitting on is like one big freaking anthill. That's all it is. Seriously, it's like a one
I got
huge
shitty
anthill.
soil.
Yeah, but
What's
I
that
have to
good for?
actually. But I've been
I
doing
got
stuff
terrible
like
soil too.
yeah,
My bad.
but I've been
Sorry,
doing stuff
Wingnut.
like, for instance, like, no worries. But no, like, for instance, like, I got a buddy of mine that does have chickens, and he'll give me 2 or 3 dozen of eggs every so often when I go over there. Just give them to me. Well, I feed them to myself and I feed them to my dogs. The eggshells I keep and I crush up and I put that in my soil. You know what I mean? That's something that I do just on the, and then whatever table scraps or whatever, to kind of put in like a compost scenario. I do that, but you know what I mean? It's one of them things. It's like, I'm not sure. There's. See, I don't think, and I don't know. There are some people out there that have every single thing that they need to sustain themselves. Off the grid scenario, everything they need. They're growing their own food. They got their own water source. They're generating their own electricity, whatever. There's some people out there that got that covered, but I don't. You know what I mean? I've got other things, but I'm going to be relying on some other people out there when all the shit hits the fan. I'm going to be relying on some other people out there to get some of the things that I need. You know what I mean? Um, uh,
Ghetto is head to head at a final table. I love it. Word.
That's my brother.
Is
That's
it?
that's
Cool.
yeah, that's pepper nuts.
I was playing poker earlier myself.
I
you,
love poker. I've been playing that. That's the first thing I started doing online probably 20 years ago on Poker Stars. It's so good.
what is that? Is that
That's
poker
what I
or what
was.
is that?
Yeah, we're
That's what I
playing
was
heads
playing
up right
too.
now.
He's heads
Oh,
up at a final table.
oh,
That's
okay.
like
Because
Hold'em.
I, I hate pocket queens. Do you play poker, Wingnut?
I have, I'm not good at it. I have. Um, I've sat down
It's a
and watched a lot
psychological
of it because
thing.
I used to work at this place as a dog track over here in Ebro, and they do poker and stuff like that at the dog track, and I'd sit out there and I'd watch that stuff, man. I'm not good at it. When I used to work at bars, I used to play a lot of pool,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't drink
Oh,
alcohol,
baby.
so I'd go out there and I'd play pool and listen to live bands, if I wasn't working, you know what I mean? Because I used to be a bouncer at a bunch of these bars. I've been a bouncer at 3 different bars down here on the beach, and um, that was my thing. I never got into a pool league or anything like that, but I was pretty decent, man. There's times, man, I can run that sucking table, man, but
Yeah, my wife plays in
not
pool
that
league.
good.
My
So
wife
if
can
Yeah,
kick some ass.
I don't claim to be that good.
are you like thick, or like what kind of bouncer are you? Are you like a Brutus bouncer, or are
You
you
haven't
like
seen Wingnut on camera yet, Virginia?
I have seen parts of him, but I can't say I've seen him head to toe.
Whoa. What you
I
what you
mean,
sending to her, man?
that's my arm.
I've seen his arms. I've
That's my
seen
arm
some
right
of his
there.
videos where you see like maybe his knees or something, but no, I've
Oh,
not
he
like
made a cameo the other night, Miss Virginia.
nuh-uh.
Oh, sorry,
Where
I
would I
didn't mean to
miss
That
say
was
that,
that?
Wingnut.
that was on Backstream though. That was on the back on the
Oh
back
well,
chat
that
though.
there's no way I could see that. That's messed up.
Ha ha ha.
For all this time,
He
man.
was on Ron's stream with his nose and his mustache glasses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh man,
In
that
the
doesn't
public,
count.
that's all you see. In the public, that's all you see. Yeah, um, yeah. Because I like keeping my privacy. I like my privacy. You know what I mean? That's one thing that irritates me about the internet, man, and the younger generation. They have this need to put everything of their life on the
Yeah,
freaking internet for the public to
agreed.
fucking see. I mean, it's like airing your laundry out for everybody to pick through it and forever. You know what I
Yep.
mean? It's
Forever. It
like,
stays
yeah,
there forever. Exactly.
yeah, it stays there forever. It's like, yeah,
Yep,
you do this live stream, yeah, people pick at it while you're doing the live stream, but once the live stream's done, it stays on the internet forever, and then people
always.
can go back and watch it and pick on you forever. I'm
Jack
like,
Allman, which mountains did you go to? I love mountains. I really do.
yeah, he said North Carolina. So yeah,
Oh,
I
North
like the
Carolina,
mountains
where?
up there in North Carolina also, like the North Carolina Tennessee border. I used to like when I lived in Asheville. I used to
Smokies.
go. Yeah, I used to actually go back and forth to Tennessee, to Johnson City, Tennessee, from Asheville to Johnson City, because at one time I had a business where I was a cleaning service. I used to go in and clean offices and stuff like that, and I would travel to Johnson City and do work. So I'd have to go across the mountain on I-40 or whatever, and back and forth, all this stuff. I love the mountains. I just don't like the snow. Me personally, I mean, I've been around Florida most of my life, so I'm so used to hot weather, and um, I've had some really bad experiences um, where it was snowing and I couldn't get warm. I was just really always fucking cold all
Yeah.
the time, and I just never. I mean, me personally, man, it's like it could be hot as hell out here. I mean, it could be freaking 110 degrees out here. Splashing water on me, I'm fine. But I'm cold. It takes me forever to get warm again, and I'm just weird, man. It get below 60 degrees, I'm starting to, that kind of thing.
Right.
I'm shivering, Um, I don't know, but I do love the mountains myself,
Blue
and
Ridge Mountains. That's what
yeah,
it's. That's fucking beautiful right
yeah,
there.
the Blue Ridge Mountains and all that stuff, like
Hmm.
Mount Pisgah up there in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I used to spend a lot of time out there on Mount Pisgah, up on the Parkway and stuff like that. Actually, there's a there's an inn up there. It's called the Pisgah
Come
Inn,
on, baby.
and it's up there
No
in the
jack.
top of the mountain. And
Sorry.
I used to work up there as a cook,
God,
and so I'd go up there all the time, back and forth from into Asheville up into Mount Pisgah and stuff like that all the time. And that was back in the day when I was living in a Cadillac Hearst. Um, I was living
Ooh, that's
yeah.
sexy. You lived in a hearse?
I was living in a 1976
That's awesome.
Cadillac hearse with a bored out 502 engine in it, and it had tie-dye
Hell
curtains
no.
and Grateful Dead stickers. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
There's a hearse in my town that parks at a local thrift store. It's kind of like a cross between an antique and thrift store because they want to make their shit bougie. But it's, damn it, it's got a name. And a lot of bands from Seattle, when they get picked up at SeaTac, they want to be picked up in this hearse. It has like green embellishments on a black body. I'm trying to remember her name. It's really fucked up. It's not Louise, but it's something like it's a female.
Another dub. Sorry, y'all.
Ghetto needs to be stroked for winning an online poker game against someone he knows.
Sorry, y'all. I was telling my wife, thank you very much. And that's the second time I won. So I'm not going to put my business out there. But I made a little bit of dollars to where I didn't have to work today. Shit. I'm a pimp. Hey. She's so rude.
All his business out there. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
We're alone now.
What happened? Oh, sweet. We got rid of him. All right. All right, grab him. All right, who's going to start dancing first?
I don't even
This
remember
is
what
like
chat
the
I was in.
Titanic.
But I was like sitting there the other day. I was in some chat, and I'm thinking, I bet Virginia's lurking. And then I had to type, I think I'm alone now. Sure enough, there she was. It's like, I knew that sound would get her out.
Yep. There doesn't seem to be.
Always lurking.
That's not necessarily true. Not as much as I used to. Like on other shows, like I would be there every day, even if I didn't always say something. But not as much as I used to. But,
Yeah, I haven't been on as much either.
yeah.
Not at night anyway.
Exactly. Exactly.
Shit, that was sweet, y'all. Y'all need to get down on some poker with me, I'm telling you.
I
Sorry about that, guys.
I tried to get on it. The thing is my computer wants me to sign up an app through Google Store, and I don't have that.
Okay.
Like on
Yeah, my internet
computer.
just went out on me, blinked out on me, and I wasn't even talking anything about anything controversial.
Yeah, I'll have to show you and Billy how to do it. Wingnut, are you getting that? What? Sorry,
I'm trying
Virginia.
to figure out why we all got to change, not just you change.
Right. You guys can do it on yours. There's no other poker site that does this private clubs though.
Right.
VPN.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't paying money for them to herd me into.
Billy, where do you flip your cards?
I was playing on Poker Stars just right before I got in here. I seen Wingnut went live and I turned it off and came in here.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, so my Poker Stars account is my oldest one, but I was having trouble logging in, but I'd be willing to try again because you can request, you can find each other on there. Lately, I was playing WSOP for a couple of years. I played that one. But Ghettos, I'm willing to try. Why not? Uh-oh.
Well, you see Survival Living's videos today?
No. Me.
I saw they got loaded, but I did not actually see them.
Oh man, yeah, they were under tornado warnings and everything. His whole entire property got flooded. Florida's been getting hit bad with weather. And fuck. What's his name ain't back, so I can't switch my device. I hate talking on this phone. Got a brand new ass phone and it won't accept my Bluetooth headphones. There he goes. He's trying.
All right,
Yeah,
am
he
I
might
back?
need to. Yeah, you're back now.
Yeah, goddamn, internet's blinking out on me. That's the second time already. Man, I'm like, what the hell? It's like my cell phone just everything just shuts off. I have to restart everything. I don't know what the hell's going on. But it was like uh on my fucking what happened?
Now Ghetto's gone. Oh, he wanted to switch devices.
Oh,
All right, much better. Thank you. I can't use my headphones on my other one on my phone for some reason with StreamYard.
oh yeah.
Makes no sense. They're a brand new freaking AirPod, whatever.
This guy.
Shut up. All right, do I sound okay?
You sound fine over here.
All right, thank you. Shut up, Billy. That's the only thing I bought myself in like 10 years and shit. Well, I was using my daughter's headphones because every other cheap ass headphones that I use or speakerphone, it would always mess up. I don't know why. My sound would always sound crappy. So I started using hers there for a little while. I'm like, oh, fuck it. I'll just buy my own.
Dude's AirPods probably cost more than my computer.
Yeah, that was $200.
Oh, leave for
Yeah.
freaking headphones?
Yeah, I know, man.
Dude, I was sitting there. As a matter of fact, I was in Walmart. The last time I was in Walmart, I was just looking at those like little, the little Bluetooth speakers and stuff. This little tiny speaker, freaking $60. That's all it is just this little tiny speaker, but it's Bluetooth. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, and the one that was this just the next size up was $90. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Freaking $90 for a freaking speaker. Fuck.
I don't blame you, Ghetto. I hear AirPods are awesome, so I've never.
The only
had
problem
them.
is I probably lose the damn things.
Right.
No, they are pimp, dude, and they don't bother my ear. They don't, dude. They feel great. I'd like more bass. I mean, I use headphones all day long, though. I mean, when I'm
Right.
ripping up wood, when I'm on here, when I'm wherever, I need headphones. When I'm
Yeah.
trying to ignore the wife, I mean, I need headphones. So I figured
She's
instead
not in the room when you were saying that,
oh hell no, she's in the kitchen, man, across the house.
No, I'm
But
the same
no,
way. I'm sitting in there welding and I don't want to hear the damn generator off that sucker, man. I'll just put headphones in.
right,
I'm sure she appreciates it too.
dude, she does. We both do. We definitely both do. No, we enjoy it, man. That's why we've got along for 20 years, man. We know when to leave each other the hell alone.
Yeah, I was only halfway joking on that. Like sometimes you gotta just like get away from each other a little bit, even
Fuck
if it's
yeah.
putting in your headphones.
Yeah. I mean, how do you keep track of them suckers, man?
They're magnetic. Let me make sure my kid's picture ain't on the freaking wall. Let's see. There we go. Always kiss me goodnight, Billy. They just go in there.
Okay. And that's just a
And
charging. Is that charges? All
yeah,
the,
and that's what if I take them out, if I take them out, it actually disconnects me. So when somebody calls, you just touch the side. When they got like sensors and shit on it. I mean, it's as tinfoil hat as I am. I'm surprised I got them, but they get you with the convenience and all the little fucking bells and whistles. Because you want to pause something, somebody's talking to you, you just pop it out of your ear and it automatically pauses whatever the hell you're listening to.
Yeah. Have you seen those Bluetooth headset ones that are like it's like a necklace and it's got the earpods in it or whatever? Have you ever seen
Yeah,
those? It's like it
yeah,
sits on the back of your neck and it's got the earphones in it. Well, I
yeah.
had one of those, man. The only thing is, it's like I don't know if it's because of the Bluetooth stuff, but that thing would give me freaking headaches, man. I don't know why. I was like, man, why in the hell is this thing giving me headaches just wearing these damn thing? And I was just assuming it was the freaking Bluetooth signal was messing with me. So I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are against the Bluetooth, dude. I mean, if people realize exactly what Bluetooth does, I think more people would try to stay away from it. Honestly, that's the signal that fucks with us. It's not so much the cell signal and shit, but it's the Bluetooth.
yeah, that Wi-Fi and all that
It's
shit
got
too.
some, yeah, all that too, but the Bluetooth is more wide range because it's on all operating systems. So it's not just, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
it's in absolutely everything that we have, from our car to, I mean, just like Wi-Fi, yeah, but the Bluetooth, it's more inside. You know what I mean? Like, just I don't even like it myself, but
yeah, yeah. No worries there, Jack. Got to go back to work, man. Shit.
what's up, staying high? My bad, I didn't answer you earlier, dude. No, I wasn't a online gambling casino staying high. In my state, it's illegal to do that. It's just me and my brother and my cousin playing a couple games. Pretty much bragging rights, sort
Yeah, have a little something something on the side.
of. The internet is forever. We play for fun.
We play for potato chips
Right?
and peanuts.
I got addictive personality, man. I can only play for fun.
Dude,
Or else I
when I worked at the dog track, there is these guys. There's two guys that was there every single day, and they would sit there and play poker. They would actually bet on high lie. They would bet on the horses, and they would bet on the dogs. That's what they did every single day. I talked to this one guy, and he's like, he basically that is his job. I mean, that's how he makes his living. He comes in there and bets on dogs, horses, high lie, and plays poker. That's how he makes his freaking living. I was like, how in the
yeah.
what the what? You know, I mean,
I
I
miss
don't
the dog
understand that
track,
shit.
man. I used to go to the dog track with my dad as a kid. He
Yeah.
was pretty good at it. It wasn't his job, but he was good at it.
Hmm.
I had this one guy tell me, all right, when we're sitting there watching the dogs walk out, to the boxes before they start the race, he said, man, you watch them dogs. Any one of them dogs take a shit on the track before they get to the box, that's the one you bet on.
Oh, that's kind of a good point.
Well, his rationale behind that is that dog's a little lighter now. It's going to go a little
Right?
faster. That was his whole rationale. You know what I mean? And
Dude, my
and
dad
Makes
they,
had
sense
it
to
to
me.
a science.
the
He
what?
had he My dad had it to a science. He would watch tapes of dog races, and he had files on every dog, and he would know, like, when this dog comes out of the gate, it likes to go to the left, and so if it's running on the outside, it's probably going to bump into the dog next to it, and not finish good, and this dog does this, and like it was like a science to him.
Yeah.
He'd spend hours every night watching dog race tapes.
Have you guys ever heard about um, um, jockeys riding the greyhounds?
Dude,
Mm,
no.
not
Like a
Like,
sure.
midget?
no,
They go
monkeys, like little
slow.
monkey, no, like little monkeys.
Oh,
Oh, the monkey. Oh,
Oh, a
okay.
monkey. Oh, I thought you said jockey.
Yeah,
Like,
jockeys. They're just little monkeys that were actually riding a dog like a jockey.
They're monkey jockeys.
oh,
Yeah, they're
like a
monkey
jockey.
jockeys.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fuck, dude? I'm
No,
thinking
no,
of
no.
this
I
little
mean,
old Cuban dude.
Dude, no, yeah. No, actually, that actually started. What is it like? Not. It's like in Destin, I think, over here in the Panhandle of Florida. Back in the day, when dog racing was a big thing, they actually had these little monkeys that would ride on the back of the greyhounds, like little jockeys. All right, like elbowing each other as they go by, that kind of thing. And I mean, it got to the point where, like, the animal rights and PETA and all that stuff got involved, and now you don't see that anymore. You know what I mean? But you can still find that stuff. Find old photos and pictures and stuff of greyhounds that actually had monkeys that would ride on the back of them, got a little outfit on and everything. Man, I'm serious, man. That actually make it fun to watch.
Outfits.
Yeah.
The red vest with gold fringe every time.
I was watching dog races live on YouTube the other day. I think they were in like the Middle East or something, but it wasn't like a round track like I'm used to. It was like a drag race. It was like a straight line.
Nice.
Right.
Was there a cute girl at the end holding her arms up and then slamming them down?
No. That would have made it better.
No.
She was covered head to toe. She had a tiny bit of ankle showing.
Right? I bet.
She was a hoe.
Right? Shunned even.
Yeah, when I used to work at the dog track, I was actually the guy that would run the the lure. They got the little rabbit thing that runs around the track, the dogs chase and stuff.
Yeah.
I was the guy that would run the brake. It's like it was a manual brake system to stop the lure. All right. When the race is over, that was my job, is to release the brake and then bring the brake down and stop them up. There you go. Yeah, dude, that would make it.
I can't tell. Is it monkeys?
Hold on. Let me see if I can get him up there.
Dude, I want a pet monkey.
Dude.
Yeah, there's like little monkeys on the backs of them that would ride. Yeah.
I'll show you the beginning of it in 1 second.
Yeah, one more again. That was crazy.
Crap. Well, I didn't mean to skip, but that's them riding it. Hold on a second.
Tighten up.
I wish I could share stuff on my screen, because I'm on my cell phone. I can't do that. But yeah, I didn't know this until I started working at the Greyhound space. It's the dog track over here, and I started talking to a lot of the trainers and stuff of the dogs, and they were telling me about these stories back in the day.
Yeah, look at him.
Look at him. See.
No way.
Yeah.
They got their
Wow.
monkeys looking up like, what the fuck are y'all doing to me?
They would actually like, if the dogs got close enough, they would elbow each other and shit. It's funny as hell, dude. Dude, I would totally go to a dog fucking track and watch that shit. Because that to me is even more interesting.
Makes you wonder if the monkey actually is like, oh hell yeah, let's go, or like, hey, what the fuck? Let me get off this motherfucker.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I mean, I would not want to be a greyhound. I would not want to be a greyhound.
No.
I'm gonna tell you, dude, those are a rough ass damn life. They break a leg, they get put down. You know what I mean? Yeah. A lot of these dogs, it's in their contract. If they get hurt, they get put down.
Right.
Same thing with horse racing too.
Yeah.
It's really crazy, man. Because I mean, actually, at the dog track that I worked at, there was this one guy that was actually in charge of a lot of the kennels out here at the dog track, and he was actually arrested, and he's still in prison now because he killed like over 60 fucking dogs. You know what I mean? Just killed them. You know what I mean? And there's this one kennel on the back side of the dog track that they don't even use anymore, is because there were so many dogs that were found in that kennel. A lot of the trainers, they have this like superstitious type of thing, so they won't even put their dogs in that kennel over there. So they use that whole kennel. It's nothing but storage now. You know what I mean?
Wow.
They won't even have their dogs in there because they're like really superstitious and all that shit. And but yeah, they found a bunch of dogs that were like stuffed in freezers and all over the backwoods and stuff in the property, and it's messed up. He's still in prison now for that.
Right.
But yeah, I like I said, there are some greyhounds that they get lucky. They get to a point where they don't race anymore and they get adopted. You know what I mean? And then they live out the rest of their lives in a comfortable living. That kind of thing. But then there's other dogs that don't. You know what I mean? Some of them, like I said, if they get hurt, break a leg, it's in their contract. They have to be put down. Because the owners of those dogs, if they can't race them, they can't make any money, so they're not worth anything to them. So they'll just kill them.
Right.
You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm really weird about that kind of stuff. But that was the other reason why I think I started thinking about the monkey scenario. Can you imagine? I was like, you think about the trainers that have to deal with the dogs. Then you got to have another trainer just for the monkeys. You know what I mean? And then when it comes down to that, it's like that's where all the animal rights and all that shit came into play. That's why you don't see that anymore. When it comes down to the monkey part of it. But even then, it's like the dog tracks. I mean, even the one here, it's getting down to the point where, they're phasing out dog racing. They're trying to just go straight to poker now. You know what I mean? But it's still the dog track. You know what I mean? I hardly ever see any races over there anymore. They do a lot of stuff over the television now. When you want to bet, other dog racing or horse racing or high lie or something like that. And,
yeah, they quit doing it in Denver quite a while ago. You ended up having to do the off track, and they were all in Florida.
Yeah. There's still quite a few dog tracks around.
That was good times as a kid, man. I loved going to the dog track with my dad. He'd give me like $20, and I could bet on my own dogs, and I'd always lose all the money. But
I ain't never been to a race. Horse or a dog, yeah. And we had a pretty good sized one in Portland.
I
still remember the rabbit was Rusty. Here's Rusty.
Yeah. Matter of fact, actually, like I think it was on Thursday nights over that dog track, they used to have family night. All right. So like like at the middle of the night, in the middle of the whole racing time or whatever, at the middle of the night, they get the kids to get out there and get them on the track and have them race each other. You know what I mean? It was funny too, because like, you get out there and it's like it was like on the actual dog track, they get everybody's kids will get out there on the track and sit there and, they race each other around the track. It was fun.
Wonder if they bet on them. I'll be betting on mine.
Yeah.
Like, here, take a fall. We're betting on the other kid.
In the fifth, your ass goes down.
Hell yeah. Last leg of the race, get a cramp.
Right?
Right.
I'll give you $10. Don't say nothing.
That is how it is, man.
Fucking with you.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
The
right.
intricacy of cheating is always in some kind of corruption, some kind of reward system.
Yeah, they actually like whatever kid that ran that won the race, the foot race. It was just a foot race, but whoever won the race, they got like a free hot dog and bag of popcorn or something like that from the vending or the snack bar or whatever it is. And so there was something they got out of it, but you know what I mean. It was all in good fun, though. It was something for the kids to do. Right. You know what I mean? And but they used to be a lot better or bigger, a lot more attendance, put it that way, years ago, because they had a whole a whole seating area that was up in this big mezzanine type of thing that's above everything, above the track and everything. Well, the attendance has just gone down so low. They closed off that whole area out there, and the only part they have open now is just right up there against down on the track level for people to sit there and watch. You know what I mean? So it's getting to the point where hardly anybody goes to dog track anymore. You know what I mean?
Kind of
like I said,
older generation thing.
Yeah. I guess, man.
That's why they all ended up in Florida because everybody retired down in Florida that wanted to go to the dog track.
I guess so. This is like where all the damn retirees come to.
That's where
We got
y'all
our,
have the good drugs.
Yeah.
Our big yearly party, the rodeo coming up here soon. They do the mutton busting. The kids on the
Yeah.
riding the sheep. That shit's
Yeah, yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
It's so
I know.
cute.
Yeah, they got a rodeo
It
up
is.
here at this town called Bonifay, and they got a rodeo that happens every year here too. And
Yeah.
they close off basically the whole damn town when that happens. It's pretty crazy.
That's what
I'm not gonna lie, I
our-
haven't seen the kids do that in person. I've seen it on videos and TV, but I haven't seen that rodeo portion in person. It's super cute though.
Yeah, it
I
is.
have not seen you do it here, but I did see it in Denver, the Denver Stock Show before.
Yeah. I've only been the only time I've ever I've been to different dog races and stuff. I've only been to one horse race. That was when I was in New Mexico when I was in Rio Doso. But other than that, I never really got into it. But like I said, there's some people, man, that's what they do for a freaking living is just betting on that stuff.
Right.
I don't understand how they did it either, man. They had some kind of like a handicap or whatever they went by, or what, blah blah blah, and all this scientific, mathematical junger.
Well,
I don't
they've
know.
got to weigh the value of each animal individually, so I'm sure they had some statistical chart with each animal's maximum this or that, and then
Yeah.
had some conversion to where it was a fair race and figured it from there, you know.
I don't know.
Then you're betting like the trifectas and stuff where you're actually picking first, second, third place. It's a
Right.
It's a there's a lot to it.
What's up, you people?
What's up, you people?
I haven't seen you in around for a little bit. Yeah,
Other
it's
crazy
actually,
thing
man.
they do out here. They do wild horse races where they have like a team of 4 dudes, and they have to take a wild horse and get a saddle on it, and then one of them has to get on the horse and ride it around the arena, and it's PETA don't like it. It's
Yeah.
pretty crazy. Like the horses, they've never been saddled and they've never been ridden, and they're usually just like bucking the whole time if the guy can get on it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And it tends to always happen during the raining season, so it's usually muddy. It's
When
it's
I lived
pretty
in
funny to
Virginia,
watch.
I lived near one of the PETA headquarters, and so there was a lot of radio play and commercial play and propaganda on the whole, point of view.
Right.
It's eye-opening. There are some statistics, if true, and certain details and aspects of how they do things that are like, okay, well, that's fucked up. But at the same time, meat is yummy and fur is warm.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, it is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to stop eating meat. I can tell you that right now. Oh man. That's what.
Guys, I have a kid and a puppy in a power struggle. I got to jump. I'll
Right
be
on.
with you in a bit. Okay.
Have a good
Yeah,
one.
no worries.
Hi, Ms. Roots. Finally got rid of her.
Now you can talk about her.
Yeah, she won't hear a thing. She rewinds it back to right when she jumped off, just to
Right.
hear somebody say some shit as
Yep.
she's jumping off.
Yep.
Billy's like, me too.
Don't we all? No.
Yeah.
I don't care what people say about me. Say it.
No, I don't care either, man. I mean, that's the thing is like most people, they try and talk shit about me. They don't even know me in the first place. So, I just take it for a grain of salt anyway. It's like, I don't care.
Yeah, especially online. I mean,
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Right.
we're all made up people at the end of the day when it comes to online shit. I mean, we could be real with each other behind the scenes or whatever, but there's still that artificialness to it. You know what I mean? Like, y'all know what I mean.
sure.
Meaning the people
I'm
that
real.
are talking shit are probably
Yeah,
as
I
fake
mean,
as fuck, anyways. That's what I meant.
no, I'm just, well, what you
No, I
see is
hear
what
you.
you get, ghetto.
Right.
You
Same
know, when
here.
it comes down to me,
I stay a
anyway.
little bit
Well,
guarded, but
Well, okay, yeah. All right.
transgender motherfuckers. Just
Well,
saying.
I'll tell you this.
No,
Okay, all
y'all
right.
are.
What you see is what you get, ghetto. When it comes down to me, but like I said, you know how I am when it comes down to my privacy. There are certain things that I just will not put out here on the public forum. You know what I mean? There's certain things that just, time and place for everything. There's certain things that just, that can be done here in the public area, but there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done on the private. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that's just how I am. You know what I mean? That's why I was saying it's like, it's like one of the things that bothers me so much about the younger generation. They want to put every single moment of their life on the internet for everybody to see, and I'm just like, why are you doing that? You know what I mean? And it's there forever. Can you imagine 2, 3, 4, 500 years down the line? They're all reviewing all these videos that we're doing now. what they're going to think,
Yeah.
what they're going to be thinking about us. You know what I mean? Um,
did y'all ever have like that one kid and you found out like his mom was in Playboy or something? Like back in the day?
Oh, hell no. I wish.
no, I knew a
Yeah.
friend of
Right.
mine. I knew a friend of
So
mine
we
whose
did.
mom
We
was
had
a stripper. You know?
okay. That's about the same, like you're
Yeah.
like we had this one kid, his mom was in Playboy. Like, and it was always like the thing, like everyone was always trying to like track it down and all this. Man, today you find that out 5 seconds, you done tracked it down.
Right?
Right. I know. I'm so glad that a lot of the stupid stuff that I did back when I was a kid was before the internet.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell
I mean, you
yeah.
might be able to find some stuff on VHS, but that's about as far as it goes. you
Articles
know,
and joke sections.
I mean, when I was in middle school, one of my best friends, his mom was a stripper. All right, and every once in a while, I'd go over to his house to hang out. Well, we get out of school and we go to where she would work. There's this place down in Orlando called the Booby Trap, and that's where she worked. And we'd go to the job and wait for his mom to get off work to take us over to his house. You know what I mean? So that's I got exposed to that kind of thing early on, in a sense. You know what I mean? So I mean, but even when it comes down to strippers and stuff, hey, I've actually dated a stripper at one time. So I mean, I'm kind of spoiled on certain aspects when it comes down to strip clubs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Um, I like to be enticed. I like to that seduction type of scenario. I like that. I mean, because I've been in some hole in the wall type places, man, and there's some people, man, they just like take everything off and then blop. It's like, here it is, and I'm like, well, they didn't do shit for me. You know what I mean? And but when I was dating this my ex, uh, I'd sit in there every once in a while, over at the club that she worked at. Um, but I didn't do that often. She didn't like me sitting there when she was working. You know what I mean? She get kind of like self-conscious or whatever. But
Hey,
but
Tom.
she would definitely, man, when we would go together to other clubs. She was the type. She would love to tip the girls. She was always up on the rail, tipping the girls on stage. You know what I mean? She was all about that. I was like, okay, fine, you can do that. I'll sit back here. I'll watch everything. That kind of thing. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Uh,
I
but
The
can't do them
irony.
places,
Sorry,
man.
Tom. I invited Tom. I texted him. I'm like, man, we're having some pretty good, chill conversations. As soon as he comes in, we're talking about strippers.
oh, what's up, Tom?
Hope you hit that link there, Tom. We're just up here kicking it.
Well,
Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
welcome, Tom. Dude, last time I was in one of them places, this chick, she comes sliding down the pole upside down, and stared me right in the face, and she had like the dead shark eyes. I can't. I haven't been back since, man. Like I can still see it. I can't do it no more. I will never.
Dude,
I will never go to one of them places again after that.
there was this one place that me and my ex went to, and it was like a little hole in the wall type of club. And I'm a serious man. There was this one girl that got up there on stage. Now this was a big girl. I mean, like heavy set, big girl type girl. I mean, seriously, like my ex, when she saw her come on stage, she looked back over to me and she's like, damn, that's a big girl. The only thing that girl had going for her is she had rhythm. That's the only thing that girl had going for her. But, I mean, seriously, man, there's some really, I mean, there's some places out there that I've been to, man. It's like, you ain't going to get money out of my pocket, to see that kind of crap,
Yeah, strip clubs and casinos. I don't go to either one. Either way, you're leaving broke and disappointed.
Yeah,
Right.
not me. I mean, when I used to go, see, actually, when I was dating Laura, um, um, we were actually, at one time, we were actually thinking about trying to start up our own club. And I was going to take care of all the business end of the business, and she would be like the house mom. She would take care of all the girls and get and have that done, and that's how we were going to do it. We just never got the finances up to do it, but we were really seriously thinking about doing that sucker, man, because um, um, a new business, especially around here, for instance, a new business, you can't go full nude. Now there's this one club that's in Niceville, I think it is, but it's been grandfathered in, so it's full nude, and also you can buy the girls any drink they want, any drink at all. And my ex used to work there, and she'd come back drunk as fuck because she's been plowing down Long Island iced teas all night and all that kind of shit. But there's a few of the rest of the clubs around here, especially the newer ones, they're only topless, and you can only buy the girls champagne. And so there's a difference there too. But I mean, it was actually around 08 when all that stuff was happening, when I was actually dating her and we were trying to do this stuff. That's when 2008 came around and everything went to shit. And
Right.
Even the porn industry took a hit. The economy is pretty freaking bad if the porn industry is actually losing money. I mean, it was bad back then. Because I mean, seriously, man, there was times, man, where she would come out of that damn bar, $2,000 in tips after she's tipped out everybody during 08. When 08 happened, dude, she'd be lucky to come out of that sucking club with $100. You know what I mean? After she's tipped out the bartender, after she's tipped out the bouncer and stuff like that, it's like, God damn, dude. It's like, it's almost not even worth going to work for that money,
Yeah, especially not for
But
that.
yeah,
I
I mean, I'm just one of those cliches that dated a stripper, I guess.
How much did you pay her before you got with her?
I didn't. I didn't even know. See, I was actually I was a bouncer at a bar at the time. All right, I was a bouncer at this little. It's like a biker bar, but
Yeah.
they had pizza and stuff too. And I was working the door checking IDs, and her Laura and a bunch of other girls that when they got off work, they would come to that bar where I worked and to get drunk. You know what I mean? And the first time I met her, I was sitting there and I was checking IDs, and I know damn well she was over 21. All right, I know damn well she was, but I was like, I need to see an ID. She's like, I ain't got one. I left it in the car. I was like, well, you better walk your ass back to the car and get your ID. I can't let you in unless you get an ID. Evidently, that turned her on. You know what I mean? And so she walked her ass back to the car, brought
Hell
back
yeah.
the ID, and and it was like stink on shit from that moment on. She would not leave me alone. And honestly, this is after the fact, but honestly, thinking back, I probably should have lost her phone number in that first week. You know what I mean? I should have lost it, but I stuck with her for like 2 years, man. And I don't know, but that was one
Yeah,
of
we
those
know.
mistakes and stuff. It was one of those it was a mistake in a
Oh
sense.
yeah, we
I
all have
mean,
those moments, dude.
well, I mean, I'll tell you, the only thing that kept us going is just the great sex. Other than that, I mean, there was other problems. She was a pillhead. All right, it's like it got even worse when she went to work because a lot of the girls at work, they were always fucking pumping her full of this other shit too. And she would get everything she would need right there at work. All right, and so that that was not
Well,
my that's not my style.
but look how you, yeah, I mean, but look how you met her, you know what I mean? That's pretty much what you got to expect when you meet somebody like that.
Yeah, I didn't even know she worked at a club when I first met her. Her and about three other girls, they would come in there every so often, and drink. You know what I mean? That's all I knew about her. I mean, and it's like, was it? Well, probably about 4 or 5 days into being with her. That's when I was like, oh shit, you're a fucking dancer. Okay, okay. I didn't really know anything about it before, and she didn't tell me about it either. And but yeah, I mean, but she's like at the time she was 40 years old. So like I said, I knew damn well she was
Oh,
over
damn.
21. Yeah. So I mean, this is one thing that I noticed when I was a bouncer. When you're checking IDs, for instance, after a certain age, women like it when you ID them.
Oh yeah, they love it. My wife
All right.
loves it, dude.
Yeah, but there's a certain age. Everything before that, they get really pissed off when you ask them for your ID. You know what I mean? And but yeah, that's what it was. It's like, I mean, uh, me demanding the ID from her and stuff like that made her feel young, I guess. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Yeah, it was like it was on like Donkey Kong right after that. You know what I mean? But
You hear that, Virginia? We're gonna need a ID for you to get back in a stream.
I've actually had girls that would just show me their tits to see if I can get in without an ID. I was like, no, 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 no. You're gonna have to show me them again. I don't know how old you are. I didn't
I
catch
can't.
that the first time.
Yeah.
You can't tell by
Flash that
seeing
again
them.
real
You gotta
quick.
touch.
Yeah, yeah. I got to squeeze a little
I
bit.
need to
Oh,
know how
okay. Those
firm
are
those
real.
are.
Okay, you're good.
Sorry,
See what
Tom.
happens. See what happens when Virginia leaves.
Tom's
Yeah.
Tom's got the growth rings. Okay, I'm not sorry anymore.
I'm not sorry no more, neither, dude.
Yeah. It's like
Oh man.
I'm all into strippers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Support your local dancer. Yeah, support your local strip club. No. Um,
I got
Oh,
no
man.
stripper stories, man. I threw some change on a stage. That was about it, and I was gone.
oh
They
yeah.
just never, yeah. But I was going to them before I even turned 21. I was going to clubs like that since I was like 16 or 17. So as soon as I turned 21, I was like, man, it's too expensive to be going to the bar and the club and shit.
Yeah,
I'll
it
just
is,
drink at the homie's
Right.
house or something.
dude.
Well, that's what I was
That's
gonna
another
say.
thing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
When we were talking about raves, I knew Ghetto wasn't a rave dude. It was house
Yeah.
parties.
Yeah. There you go. That's what's up.
Yep.
We did
Hell
house
yeah.
parties
Because
too, man.
that's where I was.
Yeah, we did house parties too, man. When I lived in Tallahassee, dude, we had this one house that actually used to be a what was it, like an office at one time for like a psychiatrist or some shit like that. And there were some people that ended up taking the house and ended up living there. All right. Well, after we would get done, after the clubs would close, because there would be one club that we would go to. After that club closed, we'd go to the next club. All right. When that closed, we'd go to the dude's house. We'd actually have a DJ come to the house. We'd fucking have nitrous tanks, fucking all this other shit, fucking black visqueen on the windows. You know what I mean? I mean, from the outside, from the street, it looked like a totally dark house. All right. But all the cars were packed out back because the way the house was actually built, you know, because it was an actual house, but like I said, at one time it was used as an office space. So the backyard was the parking lot. So we can have everybody parked out back behind the house and have the whole house blacked out from the front. You wouldn't even see anything. You wouldn't even know anything was going on. And dude, we'd have a DJ in there, man. Fucking, you know, strobe lights and all this other stuff. Everybody on X and fucking LSD and nitrous tanks that somebody stole from a dentist office or whatever. It was crazy, man, back in those days. And but it was like seriously, it was like from one club to the next, and then from there to the house party. And then it was like, and then the sun came up, and then that's when everybody was like going to Waffle House. It was definitely an all-nighter when we did that, you know. But yeah, I was back in the day, man. It's like, you know, but you know, Tallahassee and Gainesville, you know, because there's, you know, I got those colleges right there. There was a lot of that scene was going on pretty heavy around there. A lot of the club scene and stuff like that, and down in Orlando also, the club scene was just awesome. There was one time, me and my cousin were getting into a lot of trouble. So both my parents and his parents decided to ship us off from Orlando to Johnson City, Tennessee. And I'm gonna tell you something. Talk about a culture shock. You know what I mean? And we're used to fucking nightclubs and all this other shit and all that stuff, you know, whatever. Go to Johnson City, Tennessee, and everybody's doing the damn two-step and shit, you know? And I'm like, what the fuck are we at, dude? You know what I mean? And I mean, you know, God.
It was a culture shock when I moved to Florida, man. Whew.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Hell, yeah. I mean, well, now that I found out, well, later on, it was more of a retirement freaking communities where I moved. I moved to Lake City, Florida.
Lake City? That's like south of Orlando, isn't it?
No, it's right next to Georgia. It's like on the border. Well, not on the border, but it's more up close to Georgia.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to think where that is. I gotta sit here and look at a freaking map now. Lake City. Okay.
I mean, I only lived there for about 6 months, but man, freaking signs saying alligators are in the ditches and shit. I was walking down the middle of the road.
Oh, okay. I know where you're talking about. Lake City. Okay, that's up there above Ocala. Okay, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. I was supposed to go to Gainesville and do all the party scenes and hit the clubs and all that, but I ended up getting kicked out of Florida too quick. I wasn't able to. Oh, what's going on, Mr. Tom?
Well, how y'all doing?
Well, you know, spring break is coming up. You know, spring break is, you can always come down to spring break. You can come down on vacation, leave on probation, and go back on violation.
There you go, man. I'm a 40-year-old married dad. Shit, I ain't clubbing nothing.
What's up, Tom? How you?
Well, I just had to jump on. I was getting a chuckle out of y'all apologizing and everything for the content.
Oh, you killed that, man.
You guys want to preserve my virginity, but y'all look too late. So how's everybody tonight?
Good. Yourself?
So far, so good. You know what I mean? We're, you know, keeping it going. That's about how I am.
There you go.
Well, Ghetto's here, so their whole night is better. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, man. You make it. That's what
I do.
Well, that's the only reason Best Life stuck around. You know?
I'll be honest. I was going to get off and go to bed, but Ghetto got up here. I ain't hung out with Ghetto for a minute, so.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's actually what I was fixing to do was shut it all down and get to bed because I got a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow. But I just wanted to jump up and say hello and yeah,
Man,
I
I'm glad you
appreciate
made it
y'all.
over here too, man. Yeah, I was just kind of, I started the damn stream out, man, just to see what happens and stuff. You know what I mean? I haven't done a live out here for a couple weeks, something like that, man, because I just really haven't had a lot to talk about. And because like I was telling Virginia earlier, um, some of the conversations is starting to sound like a broken record. So I'm just like, I'm just not trying to talk about all the same shit that everybody's talking about.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah,
Well,
we all need a
we
break
seem to
sometime.
find stuff to talk about.
Let me
Oh
tell you
yeah,
one quick
I'll
story
find
about
something.
dating a stripper, which I didn't get to
Uh,
do. I was 18 years old, man, and my uncle had this partner, and his daughter was a stripper. And I was 18. I guess she was probably about 22 or something. And man, this was the prettiest girl I ever seen in my life. So I asked the guy if she'd go out with me. And he looked at me and he said, Tom, she'll shit in your hat.
Hmm.
So my question to you, Wingnut, did she shit in your hat?
Well, I mean, like I said, I mean, all right. There's two girls that I've dated over the years. One of them's Laura. She was a pillhead, and the other one was an alcoholic. Neither one of those type of things I'm into. All right, and um, I mean, Laura, she was a good girl otherwise. But she had some bad habits, and there's some things, man. I will promise myself never to put myself into again. Put it this way, I mean, there's some there. She's got epilepsy. All right.
Uh,
So every once in a while, she would go into like a seizure type of scenario or whatever. All right. And some of the medications that she would get prescribed to her is like these like time release type coating pills or whatever that you swallow or whatever. And um, she would crush it up and snort it. And boy, she would
uh,
get loopy like right away,
Oh, what
balls
the
to the wall
fuck?
loopy type of shit. I don't know what I don't know. It's like I don't know some kind of medication that she get, but that's not the only thing she did too. But um, there was one time, man, um, she had a seizure, and she was here at the house. I was at work, all right, and she ended up making it across the street to my cousin's house, and got the ambulance to come pick her up. Next thing you know, I get a phone call at work saying she's at the hospital. And I'm like, oh shit! Now I got to go pick her up and all that stuff because when she goes in the hospital for the epilepsy thing, they pump her full of these drugs and stuff like that. And then when they do release her, they can only release her to somebody that can take her home because she just can't just let her go. All right. Well, I'm sitting there. I'm like, all right, I'm at work, so I'm sitting there. I'm trying to like work out a deal with my boss to like let me go early or whatever, so I can go get her and da 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 and all that stuff. For a while there, he wouldn't do it, and I finally got him to do it. So I went all the way to the freaking hospital and come pick her up, and she's gone. I'm
uh,
like, where in the fuck is she at? None of the nurses knew nothing. Nobody knew nothing. She wasn't around the hospital. Hell, I fucking walked around the whole outside of the hospital, see if she just happens to be around the damn hospital. Damn cops came, and I'm like, I don't know where she's at, blah blah blah, and all this shit. All right, and I was like, by chance, you haven't seen a blonde chick with big ass boobs just walking around on the damn street anywhere? And he's like, no, we haven't seen that, blah blah blah. And the cop was like, okay, where do you live? And I'm like down that way, man. And he's like, all right, well, is that the way that if she was to go back home, is that the way she would go? I was like, yeah, I mean, that's the road she would go and all that stuff. And they were like, okay, just um, drive back to the house and maybe you'll find her that way or whatever. Well, with nothing else to do, and I couldn't, she wasn't at the hospital. That's what I did. About halfway to the house, I see her, and this is at night too. And I'm on a motorcycle, and I'm riding down the damn road. Next thing you know, I see her fucking walking down the damn side of the road at night, fucking loopy. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there. I'm like, it scared the shit out of me. I was like really freaking worried, man. You know, and the way she was, I mean, she would have fucking got into anybody's car if they've stopped. And that was one of the things that really, I mean, for all I know, man, she would have picked up and I would have found her ass on the side of a fucking ditch somewhere dead. You know what I mean? There are certain things that, like that situation that, dude, I was just like, I'm not going to put myself through that shit ever again. You know what I mean? There was a couple other scenarios that I will not deal with ever again, especially when it comes down to, especially girls that are working in that industry. Now, you have to be a certain type of guy to date a girl like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew a guy, one of the girls that worked at the club where she worked at, her old man was a very jealous dude. And every once in a while, he would come to the bar to watch her. And he would try to pick a fight with every motherfucker that she was trying to give a lap dance to. All right. And, you just can't. I mean, honestly, it's like the oldest profession in the world. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. So I'm just like, I got no problem. The way you want to make your money, that's the way you make your money. It's honest. It's a living. You know what I mean? But there was like other times, like me and Laura, we would just go out to a bar somewhere and hang out, listen to a band or something like that. And then, and I made it straight up and plain and to her, what you do at work is what you do at work. All right. But don't play that shit when we're out together somewhere.
Oh, seriously.
And there was, I mean, because it pissed me off because there was this one time we were at a bar, we were sitting there just watching the band and stuff like that. It was a live band. Next thing you know, she's over at the next table over, fucking flirting with these guys to get some free drinks out of them. I'm like, motherfucker, don't you even do that shit. Now, you can do that shit all you want at work, but don't play that shit while I'm here. That's like disrespectful to me. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, and that's the other thing that I really don't like about a lot of the girls that go to bars. I'm not really into bar girls, because a lot of them, they go there, they don't bring any money with them. They expect everybody to buy the drinks for them. I'm like, buy your own fucking drink. You know what I mean? I'm just weird that way. And, yeah, I mean, in a way, yeah, like I said, I mean, yeah, I probably, in hindsight, I probably should have lost her phone number in the first week. I probably should have. But like I said, I stuck with her for 2 years. And, I mean, you can take the girl out of the club, but you can't take the club out of the girl. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
It's for all I know, she's still doing the same old shit. Because even when I was dating her, she didn't work the club all that often. You know what I mean? Because I kind of took care of her. You know what I mean? But and that's another thing I learned also with Laura. Don't ever buy girls tits. Don't ever buy a girl tits, because they will break up with you as soon as you get them new tits. I'm serious.
You didn't.
That's how.
You didn't.
Say that. Say what?
Did you really buy her tits?
I didn't, but her ex-boyfriend, the one that was before me, did.
Oh, okay. Cool.
The guy the guy that was dating her before I was dating her bought her the tits. But guess what? She broke up as soon as she got her new tits, man. She broke over with him. Next thing you know, she was with me. You know what I mean?
Not everyone knew that.
Man,
Yeah.
Sometimes I hate getting old, but knowing all these complications are in my past. How
That's like I was telling Gella. It's like a lot of stuff that I did that was stupid is before the internet. So, you know what I mean? There's no record of it, which is a good thing, And I'm still at that, I'm still in that privacy mode where I don't want to put, air out my laundry for everybody to pick through out here on the internet. You know what I mean? And because like I said, it's like
some pretty good stuff tonight.
Yeah, but there's no video footage of it. Yay! You know what I mean? There's no video footage. I could
picture the riding the truck. That one, I don't need video footage to see that happening.
Oh my gosh, dude! Yeah, when I was hitchhiking and stuff, yeah. I've had some weird experience hitchhiking over the years. because I did it quite a bit when I was younger, and you can't really do that much anymore.
Or pick them up.
It's hard. It's hard to
Yeah.
hitchhike nowadays. It's hard to hitchhike. You know, I mean, even me, and I know exactly what it's like to be not picked up. Even me, I'm really weird. I'm like, I see somebody walking down the road, and I know they were hitchhiking. I'll still keep on going, you know, unless I actually have nothing to do or whatever and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So I mean, I've done the same thing myself to people, but it's like even here, it's like unless people know me or they've seen me around or something like that, they wouldn't even pick me up. You know what I mean? And that's just recently. The only reason I got a ride the last time I was actually hitchhiking, and it was because I got a flat tire. The only reason I got a ride is because the guy knew me, or somebody I happen to know from when I sit at the store and sell stuff. Other than that, nobody even looked twice at me. Nobody gives rides anymore. But I don't understand why. You know what I mean? What changed? I really don't understand what changed.
It's all about information, man. It's the same reason why parents are more scared. Information hits us right away. And so it's got people more on edge. Like back in our days, 80s, 70s, whatever, even 90s, you know what I mean? It took a few days for the newspaper to come out and say, hey, there's a serial killer going around your neighborhood. You know what I mean? Right now, we get it in like 3 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, folks, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for letting me up. I just wanted to tell you that quick story and just basically say hello to everybody.
Right on, Tom, man. I appreciate it, man.
Good night.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, brother Tom.
Hey, we'll see you all later on.
Yeah.
Everybody
all
be
right,
well.
Tom. You tell him to check his hat in the morning. After 40 years, I hope. After 40 years, I hope he doesn't have shit in his hat.
Right.
Giving my wife an idea, though. Luckily, I don't wear hats. No, I'm about to bounce too. Sorry, Billy. I know you stayed up for me, but I just ate some food. I end up going to bed a little bit earlier these days.
Well, I mean, if everybody's going to take off, man, I could probably shut it down myself. Like, I don't know if anybody else is going to come up or not. And it's good to see you out there, Moonchild. I'm glad you're here too.
Yeah, I appreciate you being on, man. It's better having these. I like having conversations more in the corners of the YouTube. You know what I mean? Not with fucking hundreds of people in the chat, and then you got to pay attention to that, and you know what I mean. I don't know. It's more relaxing.
Yeah, I mean that was the other reason why I kind of like the back room scenario, the speakeasy as I call it.
Yeah,
a little bit more intimate, a little bit more private. You know what I mean? We can, speak a little bit freer. I mean, so that's something else I'm going to be offering right here too. You know what I mean? When I do these lives and stuff, offering that speakeasy thing before the live starts and also after the live ends. I mean, I'll be able to do that. If people are into that kind of thing too. So, I mean, but this is my backup channel, my new one. So, I mean, there's not a lot of people on this one, so, but, I was just trying to get the word out in a way, It took me a long time to get where I'm at on my other channel, man. I have had that YouTube channel for 8 years now. And it's taken me this long to get where I'm at now. And but I'm also I actually gained a lot more people watching when I started doing like the panel stuff, which is actually pretty cool. So that's the reason why I was like, I want to continue doing it. You know what I mean? Because I love the conversation too. But like I said, there's a lot of that crap that's going on in the world right now, but it just seems like that we're sitting there just running in circles talking about the same shit. And I don't see any.
Dude, you should. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you should start a You should start a course for radios and shit on whatever channel, but you obviously
Yeah,
seem educated on it. There's a lot of, I mean,
actually,
with the
actually
community
independent.
that you have.
Yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Indy's been trying to get him to do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
okay, yeah.
she wants me to come up on her live one on her channel and talk about radio stuff. Um, um, I'm not, I know, I've been doing it for a long time. So I mean, to people that's never been around it, I
Yeah.
do know a lot, but you know, um, uh, I'm not the best teacher either. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
really am not. I mean, I can show you like what I do, but honestly, it's probably not the right way to do it. You know what I mean? Or it might not be the most. I don't know. It works for me. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no,
And
I
I
got
mean,
what you mean.
and yeah, I mean, and even on that, I mean, I can probably the only thing I could probably do is kind of point people in the right direction. You know what I mean? To like get something and to get started or something like that. Um,
Oh, okay, I
but
see what you mean.
yeah, because like I
That's
said,
what a
I do
lot of
this.
people are looking for.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
just to get
that's
started
probably,
somewhere.
yeah. I mean, because it's about as far as because like I said, I use a radio every day. I talk on the radio every day. All right. And so it's nothing new to me. But most people, especially if they're just getting started, you know, they're going to be a little bit timid, and it's like, okay, yeah, okay, I got the equipment now. I got it all set up. I'm able to get on the air and talk. Now you got to get there and actually talk to people. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah,
that's another thing too, is actually just getting out there on the radio and talking. It's kind of like here on the internet or what we're doing now. It's it's like what Tom was saying the other night. It's like years ago, it's like he couldn't talk in front of a crowd, and now look at him. You know what I mean? It's the
yeah,
same thing. It's like it's trying to get people exposed to it to the point where they can actually get on the air and talk, and then it's just like meeting people. You know what I mean? It depends on where you're at too. Now there are some areas that there's just not a lot of people on the radio in your area, so there may or may not be people to talk to. Now, if the skip is running, and stuff like that, with conditions, man, you can talk outside of your local area, which is actually kind of cool. But because, like for instance, like now, because of the solar cycle, in the mornings, it's been pretty good. Where European stations like UK, Ireland, Scotland, Germany, Netherlands, all that kind of stuff is kind of coming in the mornings. You know what I mean? And then later on in the evenings, it starts moving to the west, where I get California, Hawaii, Australia, New Zealand. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
yeah.
When the skip is running, but it's just getting out and talking to people. Like I got people that are locally to me. We talk every day. On a general basis, in a sense. It's like every morning, that kind of thing. We get on the radio, sit there and talk about our day, have our morning coffee, that kind of thing. And it's I don't know. It's just one of them things, man. It's kind of like going to Hardee's and in the morning and drinking your coffee with your neighbor. You know what I mean? But it's on the
Yeah,
radio.
I
You know what
got
I
what
mean?
you mean. Yeah. Well,
It's the
well,
same thing.
all right, brother. I'm gonna run out of here before you talk about something else. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you. No, but I see you, man.
Yeah.
I should have notifications. Virginia actually hit me up and let me know you were on. I didn't even know you were on. I'm
Right on.
wondering if let me double check and see if I got your, because I know I'm subbed here because when you first came here, I subbed. But oh, there we go. I have my notifications off. There we go. Anyways, I
No
guess
worries.
and if
I
you
mean,
are if you are shutting it down, Doc Mac just went live. If you don't
oh yeah.
mind me, if you don't mind me promoting your shit on your stuff, but yeah,
Nah, I don't give a shit, man.
looks
I
like
don't
he
care.
just
I mean,
went. But
honestly, it helps out everybody. You know
yeah,
what I mean? It really does. You know what I mean? It's like, even me just going into chats and different live streams helps out their channel and my channel at the same time. I mean, like when Kino is always on top of it. He's always sharing my damn links out, man, which is awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, but
I have over here.
Oh,
but
I
anyway,
feel guilty.
all right,
sorry,
Ghetto,
wrong
man.
place. That was my bad.
Yeah.
Hitting the wrong button. But all right, man. No, I'm going to bed myself. I was just letting people know. But
All right, man.
I appreciate you, brother. Billy.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, too. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, y'all.
I'm doing the same. I'm gonna.
All right,
I'll
man.
probably go sit in a chat, but I'm gonna lay down and I'll probably pass out in 5 minutes. So, thanks for
Yeah,
having
no
me
worries,
up,
man.
man.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you coming by too, man. And like I said, you guys keep an eye on this channel when it comes into the panel talks and stuff. My main channel is mostly that CB stuff and my other junk. But the panel talk type stuff, man, this is where it's at on this one. So, keep me on, keep me on, keep your eyes open and all that stuff, man. If you guys want to get up,
I will.
have a talk,
I was in the
I'm
same
into
boat
it,
as
man.
Ghetto. I had it subbed, but I didn't have the notification on. But I got it now. So.
Oh, right on. Well, you have a good night, man. I'll catch you on the
too.
flip.
Take it easy. Yep.
And we're down to 1. All right, you guys. I don't know. I guess I go ahead and shut it down, I guess, and wander around and well, Virginia, you rock. You rock the casa, man. Rock la casa. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna wander around YouTube and kind of do my rounds and see what else is going on. I mean, there's a lot of content creators out there that make videos almost every single day, and it's kind of hard to keep up with everybody. But I do like to try and watch everybody. I'm subscribed to quite a few people, so it's kind of hard to kind of keep track of everybody. But I tend to do a little bit of everybody. I try and watch everything. If everybody's doing a live, I'll pop in for a while. Maybe stay for the whole thing. Maybe stay for 5 minutes. It depends. But man, I really appreciate you guys coming over and stuff like that and hanging out with me. I really do. And I mean, honestly, man, you guys are good people, and everybody in the chat. Everybody's. Hell, there's only like 4 or 5 people in the chat or in the stream right now. Mostly, I think everybody knows everybody. Otherwise, I'd be like, hey, check everybody's channel out. Everybody, look at everybody out there and all that stuff, and and all that good stuff. And what the? Yeah. And well, hey, Moonchild. I mean, I understand. Yeah, I'm. There's times, man, where I can't sit there and watch the whole thing sometimes because it goes on for hours. Sometimes I am into it. I'll sit there for hours. But I float around quite a bit. Sometimes there's like 3 or 4 streams going on at the same time, and I'll bounce from one to the other, then back and forth, back and forth. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of stuff out there that people do. Content creators, streamers and stuff like that. Because there's some people that just do nothing but live streams. But there's a lot of stuff out there. And like I said, I wander around all over YouTube, man. So I try to find all the deep, dark crevices of YouTube. and there are some deep, dark crevices out there. And so I'm all over the place. And but anyway, I am your host, the Wingnut Radio, out here for Anarchy TV. And you guys are awesome. I really appreciate all you guys. Virginia, best life. Moonchild, Tom, Ghetto, Let's see here. Staying High. You People popped in. Polarin. Jack. Let's see here. Who else was in there? Master Ron popped in. I think I got everybody. But anyway, y'all have a good morning. I might see you out there on another one. And y'all keep your eyes open, your head on a swivel, powder dry, and all that good stuff. I am the Wingnut Radio, out here for Anarchy TV. Back out.